We're back at Sebring International Raceway for day number 2 of the opening PCA Club Racing weekend of 2026. It's the 33rd annual 48 Hours at Sebring, presented by Champion Porsche. And today, it's all about seat time speed and settling scores. 3 race groups are on the schedule, and each one will take the green twice today, with a pair of 30-minute sprint races putting drivers and teams to the test. I'm Greg Ginsburg, along with Brian Donati and Mark Johnson, bringing you all of today's action here on Driver's Eye Live and the Porsche Club of America YouTube channel. Sebring never gives anything away. The bumps, they are relentless. The braking zone's unforgiving, and every lap demands focus and commitment. And after yesterday night's racing set the tone, today's sprints, they're going to raise the pressure. Less margin, quicker turnarounds, and no time to overthink it. If you want results, you're going to have to go get them. This is Porsche Club Racing at its core, single-make competition, clearly defined classes and drivers pushing hard, but racing clean. It's serious wheel-to-wheel action backed by a community that values sportsmanship as well as outright pace. And so let's get to our first of 3 races this morning. This is our green group, and let's run down the starting order for this 30-minute sprint. And this is going to be a split start. We're going to have a lot of our non-spec Boxster racers in the group up front, and then there's going to be a split and our 13-car spec Boxster field behind. Let's start with that first group. Starting on pole today, driving in the spec 997 class, the number 148 Boxster, or pardon me, the number 148 of Walter Jessic. And are we going to start with, let's start with the spec Boxsters. We can do that. Rob Walker on the pole in the number 171 spec Boxster, with Dan Rubel in the 771 machine. Starting third in spec Boxster, it's Lawson Wilder in the number 1697 Boxster. He's going to start alongside Sam Halabi on the second row. Then we got Stephen Ryan and John Burke. They're going to make up row number 3, with Chris Pashley and Mark Carluzzi making up row number 4. Then we've got Chris Taylor and Kurt Leda, make up row number 5, with Stan Wenger, Miji Song starting 11th and 12th, and then rounding out the 13-car field, Thomas Winkowski. Now let's move over to our front field, where Walter Jessic is going to start on the front row in his spec 997. David Hodges will start on the outside of the front row, also in a spec 997 machine. Then we got Ari German, who is our G-Class pole sitter. Ari's going to start third today, with Ryan McGrath in the H-Class today, starting in 4th. Then we got Doug Crossman starting second in G in his Porsche 964 RS America. He's going to start in 5th position, with Greg Rochick starting 6th in his SP3 class, Porsche 944 S2. Then we got Ken Agna also in the SP3 class in the 944 S2, starting alongside David Nissenbaum in his 2024 Porsche Boxster S, also in the G class. Then our sole spec Cayman racer is Dominic Belvedere. He's going to start 9th today in the number 556 machine, starting alongside Jordan Simon in the G class in a 2004 Porsche Boxster. The number 54 machine starts 10th. Then we've got Dwayne Moses, who is racing in the 911 Cup class, our pole sitter in the class, and he will start 11th today, with John Patton in his G-Class Boxster starting 12th. Then we got Mary Schindler. Mary is going to start 13th today. She is in her G-Class Porsche Boxster, with Gary Stanberry starting 14th, driving the number 968. Big surprise, Porsche 968. And then we'll take a look at row number 8, starting 15th today, Robert Boxell in his SP3 class Porsche 944, alongside Ben Wallace in the number 666 911 Cup class, 1981 911. As the field now comes through the Sunset Bend and onto the front straight to start our first sprint race of the day. Green flag is in the air, and we are racing here at Sebring. It's the 48 Hours at Sebring as our racers head down into turn 1. Walter Jessic and David Hodges leading the way, gentlemen.
Tell you what, Greg, the dynamic is going to be changing right here. You can see it as we come down into turn number 1. A lot of spray, a lot of kick up. Did have some rain here this morning. We already saw on the pace lap, I believe that was Gene Raimondi that got a little bit squirrely there coming out of one of those turns and then ended up spinning. So he's going to fall all the way back. But yeah, Greg, and we now have a standing yellow down there. So again, drivers really trying to tiptoe over, and I think that may have been our leader, whether it was Walter Jessic or David Hodges may have gotten a little loose coming out of there.
All right, Brian, let's move back over to the front straight as we've got the start for our 13-car Spec Boxster field, led by Rob Walker and Dan Ruba. Walker, who had about a second and a half on the rest of the field in qualifying yesterday in that purple monster machine, is going to lead the field down in the turn 1. They were still 3 wide. Right behind him now, and look at that in the second row, and I believe that is Stephen Ryan, John Burke, and Sam Halabi still trying to figure out who's going to go into turn number 3 in third position. Much cleaner last night amongst our Spec Boxster drivers here now, Brian, than what we saw yesterday evening in the dark on that very first lap.
Last night was quite the panic when they hit turn 2, 3, 4, and 5. A lot of dust flying. People didn't know where to go. It was dark. And now today it's raining. Or it was.
And now we are on board with Rob Walker, our pole sitter in Spec Boxster. And as you can see here, we didn't talk about this at the Open, but we had a decent amount of rain last night and a mist coming down this morning. The rain stopped about an hour ago, and we've had a couple of our driver's ed groups out on track that have been evacuating the water somewhat, but it is still really quite damp here at Sebring.
If you get off the line, it is definitely damp, but the line is starting to dry, and these guys are finding some pace.
Well, it's definitely going to change the. Sorry, Greg. I was saying it's definitely going to change the dynamic. We got one car going really, really wide there, coming through. Now they're going to go side by side. It looks like one of our. Looks like going to be one of our.
That was one of our 944s. I believe that was Robert Boxell of the 323 SP3 machine.
Got another one there spun around down there. So where that line is coming in, when you go to make that move, you're going to have to make it and get back in line, because it seems like there's one, maybe 2 lines that are pretty much dry. Everything else is going to have that water built and seeped into these cracks of this track.
All right, the 2 cars we had to go around there, Gene Raimondi in his ME1 class, Porsche Boxster, and then we saw the blue 944 that had gone around. That was Albert Salvador in the 55 machine. As you saw, both of those racers have now continued, but certainly as they come down off of that Flying Fortress straight through Bishop, lots and lots of speed, having trouble getting cars woed down, as we've got another driver with some challenges on the outside of turn 1. And that's the 54 machine that has just now gotten back underway.
He's looking like he's re-entering the race. It's unfortunate for Albert Salvador in the 55 car. He's a local favorite, South Florida fellow who won Rookie of the Year and National Championship in his first year on track.
They may have been safe on the opening portions of that first lap, Brian, but not so much as they obviously the confidence there is a little different. Yesterday, much warmer out when they went out for qualifying, and more importantly, the concrete was very, very dry. You can see here as the cars are coming into the hairpin at turn number 7 how there's still a little bit of standing water over towards the curbing at drivers left, and that is part of why the drivers are maybe shifting to the inside just a touch. You know, under normal circumstances, coming down, say, center of track is where you don't see as much action during dry weather racing, and the pavement doesn't get polished down as much, and there's actually more grip available under braking. But given how long this Sebring International Raceway concrete has been out here, and we talked yesterday about certain patches of the concrete that have been replaced, but almost every inch of this pavement has been polished down over the years.
It has been ground to a fine surface. But the interesting thing, again, of course, is it's concrete in some places and blacktop in others.
Ooh, and the 555 machine again having some issues. Are those transaxle cars, the 944s, 968s? seemingly having a little trouble getting, not getting so much getting the power down, but under braking as the rear end of the car loosens up or lightens up. That seems to be walking around on them. Some lift-off oversteer going into the corners.
Rob
One thing
Walker.
we don't know or may not know is, are they on wet weather tires or dry surface tires?
I would assume everybody here is on dry surface tires, because just the speeds that they're having and going through there, you know, when you talked about that coming into that braking zone with Salvador there, you could see that back end really start to come out. That would tell me that that is a dry tire and not a full wet tire right now. Oh, and there goes, that is Daniel Rubel. That I don't know if he's going to the airport, if he's got an Uber pickup or not, but he did not make that turn at all. He definitely, so that again, and here comes Daniel Rubel now. That, Mark, tells me these guys are on dry tires going through there.
Well, that would make sense. If they are dry tires and they get offline in a little damp spot, you're going to lose a little bit of contact.
All right, and so many racers having issues over at the Le Mans chicane. And Brian, can you make out the number there? I believe that's
560,
588.
588. 588
Thomas
is what it looks
Winkowski.
like. Yeah.
All right, and he is now getting back underway, but going to lose a number of positions. Winkowski had started at the very back of the Spec Boxster field, and he was 30th when we completed lap number, well, he's actually still has not completed lap number 2, but he was back in 30th position.
Yeah, you know, you talked about Salvador, and somebody had mentioned this in the chat. I think you're right. I'm wondering if he's got too much brake bias in the front of that car, and so what ends up happening is when he does have to really get on it, you can see him very tiptoeing right now through that turn right there, that that back end just does not want to hook up at all. And again, poor Daniel Rubel, again, never even attempted to make that turn, was in second place at that point. Again, not sure if he had to go pick somebody up at the airport, but he came back really quickly, so I'm sure he got a very good tip from his Uber.
All right, so as we're a couple minutes in here, let's take a look in Spec Boxster. Your leader currently is Rob Walker, and he's got about 3.5 seconds on the rest of the field. This is not a big surprise as we go over to this in-car video. He's got nothing but open track ahead of him, and as he was making his way through some of the racers in that first group, you could see where Walker not only has a lot of confidence in the car here, although he's dialing in a good amount. We've got his steering wheel sitting right there. You can see as he goes through the corner, he dials in a little bit of opposite lock with that machine, but he is very, very confident in what that car is capable of, whether it be in full wet or in these just slightly damp conditions. And, you know, Brian, we talk about this all the time when you're racing in the wet and especially these mixed conditions, which are really the hardest, I think, to drive, is it is constantly an experiment every single corner, because practically every lap when you come up to a corner, it's going to be different than what you saw before, and you can't, it's much different than in the dry weather where you kind of try to get into a rhythm. You really don't have the opportunity to do that.
Yeah, no, absolutely, Greg. You're constantly thinking about what happened the time before or the lap before, and it really makes it difficult to get through certain parts of this racetrack. When we were on board there with Rob, you clearly could see as he was going through Le Mans, it was almost unparalleled that it was that slow for Rob in that Spec Boxster, because that car should be a little bit faster there.
All right, as we take a look in the G-Class, John.
Hey,
Payton,
Greg, real quick,
yes,
we got number 54 there, Spun, going into, I believe that's turn 3 right there, or turn 4.
That is at turn
going
3.
In. Yeah, basically that's Jordan Simon just pretty much locked it up going around. Now Jordan's going to be in a difficult position. He's going to have to let these 3 go by. So again, take 4, 5, 6 positions that he's going to lose currently, and now he's got to whip that thing around before the next group of cars come around, but just did not even get close to making that turn. Got in there too hot.
Yeah, and so Jordan currently running 6th in the G-Class, and he's going to lose a number of positions overall. That's going to make it much, much harder for him to catch up to Mary Schindler, currently running 4th in class. Over 911 Cup, Dwayne Moses, he's got almost, actually over a half minute now on Ben Wallace and Fred Beasley. Great run for him. And Inspect 997, Walker Jessic, your fastest driver on course. But I want to try and pick up this white and green 997 and then the black one of David Hodges. They're just now crossing, I believe, the start-finish line, heading down into turn number 1. When they cross the line, there we go, 2 seconds separating. These are our overall leaders right here, Mark. And the previous lap, they were only separated by about 1/10 of a second. Jessic now has opened up almost 2 seconds, and I think a lot of that had to do is as they were starting to make a way possibly through some of that slower traffic.
Make a way through the slower traffic, and that you can absolutely see on the live feed for the track, the line is drying out. And I got to believe that temperatures of the tires are having an impact as well. It's cooler today than it was the last couple of days.
All right. So tell you what, as we're coming up now on, we're pretty close to halfway here. And as our leaders come under braking now, hard threshold braking into the hairpin at turn 7. Why don't we take our first break of the day, thanks to our partners and sponsors. And when we come back, we'll take you all the way to the checkered flag, our first race of 6 today. This one presented by Champion Porsche. We'll be right back.
Pirelli and Porsche have been a winning combination around the racing world for years. Pirelli is proud to bring that relationship to PCA Club Racing yet again in 2025. Make sure to see the guys from Frisbee and find the right Pirelli tire for your vehicle, or check them out on the web at frisbeeracetire.com. Pirelli powers nothing without control. When you pack up from the raceway and head home on the highway, remember that the engineering excellence Michelin strives for in racing is applicable to our passenger and light truck tires too. Michelin is proud to continue its national sponsorship of Porsche Club of America and Club Racing. Michelin, because so much is riding on your tires.
Looking to decrease lap times on the track without an engine overhaul? GT Racing has a wide range of fiberglass and carbon fiber body panels, along with European Racing headers, exhaust systems to lighten your car and accelerate all the potential horsepower of your engine. Time for a change? Convert your 944 into a turbo or a 924 GT, or your 911 to a 911 RS, RSR, or 935. Talk with Joel at GT Racing. He'll help you choose the winning combination of lightweight Porsche parts and header systems to set you on the right track. GT Racing is your one-stop shop for your Porsche needs. GT Racing is a national sponsor and proudly sponsors tech inspections at PCA Club Races. GT Racing also sponsors the Best Prepared Car Award, a $100 gift certificate at each race. Call Joel at GT Racing today at 1-800-797-2911 or find us on the web at www.gt-racing.com.
Our first club racing sponsor, Porsche Cars North America, funds the club racing news and sponsors the Workers' Choice Award, considered the most prestigious award given at a club race. Thank you to PCNA for offering vital support to our club racing program.
Welcome back to Sebring International Raceway. It is the 48 Hours at Sebring presented by Champion Porsche. And I want to take the time now to thank both the Suncoast and Gold Coast regions of the Porsche Club of America, our hosts here this weekend. They have been absolutely wonderful and put on a heck of a bash last night, the award ceremony after our night race. And I want to thank them for having me up to talk with some of our race winners. As we rejoin the action with about 15 minutes remaining, and there we talked about our leaders making their way through traffic. Walker Jessic and then David Hodges. Hodges just reset the fast lap, and he's knocked about he's knocked a couple tenths out of Walker Jessic. As again, they're coming up on some slower traffic, going into some of the tighter portions on track. They just go by that 555. Porsche 924 that's had its challenges here today.
You know what, Greg?
The speed showcase last night, it was just a tremendous show. And we want to give a little shout out to one of the local heroes at the PCA 48 Hours, and that's Mike Tartar. Mike was one of the original members of the group who put the whole PCA 48 together, acted as the treasurer for 33 years, and was awarded with a nice gift as well as a brick on the Sebring Walk of Fame.
Oh, that is wonderful, and a wonderful way to honor him. And got to meet him, and met him last year for the very first time, and just a wealth of knowledge about PCA racing and Sebring racing as well.
And one of the most interesting things, one of our mascots here is the pink flamingo. Mike's idea was make the flamingo part of the PCA 48-hour race.
See, and I thought I was one of the mascots here. Well, I guess I'm just one of them.
You can get the pink flamingo suit, and we'll let you join us.
I could use one right now. All right, Brian.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say, the last lap by when we were talking about David Hodges closing in a little bit, it's because Walter Jessic was having some problems getting around some of the slower traffic in certain corners. Well, now David Hodges just went through that exact same thing coming through turn 17 and down by the start-finish line. Got held up there a little bit, and that actually allowed Walter Jessic to open that back up to 2.6 seconds, Greg, where he had moved it from 2.4 down to 1.8. So lap traffic really starting to play as this race really starts to wind down.
All right, what we're tracking right now, Brian, I'm trying to pick them up on course. Great fight here between the 944s going down into turn number 7. And want to pick up, there's been a big battle going on right now over in Spec Boxster. And I think we're going to see him coming across the start-finish line here in just a few moments between Sean O'Brien running second in Spec Boxster in the 441 machine gray Boxster, and then Lawson Wilder in the blue 16 machine. I think
well, I think they're just getting ready to come. They should be coming into the picture, but not only do you have Sean O'Brien, Lawson Wilder, and now Sam Halabi is within 0.3 of a second of Wilder.
So,
let's right there, just right there going down to turn 17. So they'll be coming out on the other side right there. So there's Lawson Wilder right there. That's Sam Halabi.
That's
right there.
Third in Spec Boxster.
And O'Brien is just in front of them, I believe, in that kind of grayish Boxster right there with the green on the window, on the the sides.
These guys are running a great race. We have a local racer up here.
Real quick, if we can stay on this shot for just a moment here, Jordan, because right back behind that fight that we were watching, we've got Chris Taylor in the blue, white, blue, and red number 68 machine, Dan Rubel in his black Boxster, and then I believe we also have Mark Caroluzzi in the 949 machine. Here they are coming into our view right now, all stacked nose to tail. So that is the battle for fifth. So we've got these little pockets of Spec Boxster racing right now, and we've seen how closely matched they are. Certainly last year, 2025 edition of PCA Club Racing, but even last night in the dark as well. But great fight here as they're going to be coming through the Big Bend. God, I feel like I'm over at Lime Rock all of a sudden, and coming down under braking into the hairpin.
Well, not only that, Greg, but there's your leaders right there. So that is Walter Jessic along with David Hodges. So they're going to come up in that as well. So, they're starting to come into the back end of that Spec Box. But you would think Rubel and Carluzzi would stay together to help run down Chris Taylor.
Yeah, exactly. Make sure that they do that. And, of course, it's going to be a little bit difficult there as we watch now David Hodges, who once again reset fast lap, kind of slots right in between them as it gets very tight. He's now going to move over driver's right, and that might have affected the second Boxster in line there.
That's
Daniel
Rubel.
And pushed him back just a little bit. But Brian and I are thinking of Spec Miata racing, where you use the draft. Some gentle little bumps to get him down the Flying Fortress straight, catch back up to Chris Taylor there.
While you're watching these guys run, we had one of our local racers out of St. Augustine, Florida, Richard Bennett, just crossed the start-finish line. He's been kind of snake bit this weekend. on the very first warm-up or qualifying session, he lost a headlight on the back straight. Thought he'd retrieve it. It was ended up in 1,000 different pieces after completing 3 laps. He went back out in the next session, and his steering wheel came off.
Oh my gosh.
Finished another 3 laps. And he's been working awfully hard in the pits, finding tools to get back on the track. He had to start from dead last, but he's out there running again today.
So we were talking yesterday about racer that I've worked with, Tristan Herbert, who was one of the drivers that went off at the hairpin testing his TA2 car. He also had a similar incident. It was on the back straight of Road Atlanta, coming out of turn 7, and he saw him literally, the wheel came off, and somehow he managed to get it back on before he went into the braking zone at turn 10. But this driver, he didn't have nearly the time to do that as he was going. You said he was going down into turn 1 here.
Yep.
And you know,
completed turn 1 and managed to get out of the way.
Yeah, but that is absolutely rough, very, very rough. As this battle continues, and they, you know, Brian, it looks like Chris Taylor is figuring out this changing course, maybe just a little bit better than Rubel and Caroluzzi behind as time goes on. He's making up a little bit more ground, opening up, I don't know, maybe a quarter of a car length per lap, but they're still so closely matched.
Yeah, all 3 of those cars evenly matched right there. It's just a matter of which person is getting in. One of the things I've noticed is as they come down into the hairpin, Daniel Rubel will pull out and move over to driver's right to take a different line than that 949 machine. And so what that's doing is that's allowing Chris Taylor to pull just a little bit ahead of that. So, but Daniel Rubel gets through that corner just a little bit better than Taylor. So Rubel should be able to close a little bit of that gap.
Hey, I'd like to jump over to another battle if we can. Going down into turn 1 now, Doug Crossman has just gotten around John Patton to take the lead in the G class. Crossman in the gray number 92 964. He is the driver that you're seeing around the outside here. And then I believe we also have Patton, who's in a white Boxster, as part of that group as well. And right behind them, I think right behind, we've got a couple more of our 944s as well. I think that might be the battle for the lead in SP1 between Greg Lee and the orange number 30 machine and Tim Pruitt in the 329, the blue and white car. I mean, they're all in this one big group together.
Well, I think you've got the top 3 in G of Crossman, Patton, and Nissenbaum right there involved in that. So, you know, that Nissenbaum was only really 1.8 seconds back, but he's closed a little bit about that gap as well when they went down into traffic. So, as you said, Crossman getting around Patton, and now Nissenbaum, he's decided to join the play time here.
Yeah, and actually Mary Schindler in that dark, like wine-colored Boxster as well, the 992 car. So we've got the top 4 cars in G right now all together. But Brian, real quick, need to make a call to the grid for our next race group.
Attention in the paddock. This is the first call for the yellow race group on your Sprint 1. You will race at 11:45. Please come to the grid. Yellow race group.
All right, there we go. So, Brian, we've got almost the entire G class, with the exception of Jordan Simon, who had that off a little bit earlier, here all together. And then, as we said, right back behind them, we've got some of our 944s as machine also off. I'm sorry, we've got a call coming in from another one of our corners. And I'll try and pick that up in just a moment.
Well, while you're listening to that, while you're picking that up, Greg, and we've got one car
there it is.
Off.
We found
it's
it.
the car. Yep, that's so you know where that car is. But just behind that G-Class battle that's coming in, I believe that's the 320 of Greg Rochick and the 968 there of Gary Stanberry. That is right there. That's involved kind of in that G-Class battle. Again, that's SP3 that they're battling, but they're involved right there behind a little bit.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, that's the battle for the lead in SP3. I believe in Stanberry's closed up a little bit of ground there. Rochik just turned in his fastest lap, however.
Well, Stanberry's dropped way back. He's the third. So there's Rochik in the 320. There's Stanberry in the blue, the red,
and the
white. And so I think traffic got a hold of him coming out of 16 down the Ullman straight, because he was right on the back gearbox there of Greg Rochik. But that has seemed to drop a little bit. Rochik still trying to hang on to that G class. Again, different battling classes, but those guys are making way, so Rochik's just going to stay right there.
Well, now that Stanberry has cleared some of that slower 944 traffic, the 555 machine, he's got a clear run now without any traffic. We'll see if he can catch the draft of Greg Rochik, the 320 machine, and close up some of that ground. As looks like Rochik might be getting held up maybe just a little bit by those G racers just ahead.
Yeah, as we get down towards the end of this, just under that 4-minute mark, this is where, Mark, you were talking about where it started. Stanberry goes a little bit wide there, kind of on that turn. But, Mark, you were talking about it with the line really drying out. Now you can see temperatures are up to their full max, not only in the brakes but in the tires. So cars seem to be handling a little bit better. I'm sure there's some drivers that will say, nope, it's not handling a little bit better. But it's a matter of when you go still try to make that pass. If you're not in those lines, it's still going to be a little damp, and the cooler temperatures outside. Now you got to throw some marbles in there from the tires as well.
All right, so we've got now coming through the tower turn through turn 13. Let's stay with this, but just to keep track, David Hodges and Walker Jessic, next time they come onto the front straight, they're going to see the white flag signifying 1 lap remaining. So they're coming on to the Ullman straight now, but this has been a great fight here, Brian and Mark, in both SP3, but as you said, in the G class, where we've got almost everyone in the G class now separated by maybe 3 seconds. And it's getting hectic down here at turn 1.
They're packing in good, and it certainly makes it fun, especially through 3, 4, and 5, the S's.
All right, our leaders now coming out of the Sunset Bend and onto the front straight. And they are being given the 1 to go. No white flag, but the starter is given the index finger, not the middle finger, by the way, Mark.
And Greg, we have a new leader. So David Hodges is right there. He's getting ready to come up on Rob Walker. So throw David Hodges there in that 997, in that number 41 machine. He has now taken over the lead from Walter Jessic. And there you go. You can see that of Rob Walker's front windshield there. They are continuing to battle.
This might be the best view of the race right now. There was a call that came in from the corner workers over at the tower turn, over at turn 13, that there was a change in position for the lead, and then he immediately corrected it as David Hodges had overcooked the turn just a little bit, and Jessic was able to get a good run down the Flying Fortress straight. But you saw they're coming out of Sunset, taking the lead when it matters on the very last lap, and Hodges just reset overall fast lap in the process as those two racers now nose to tail coming in towards turn 10. And it is Jessic who's led this entire race, and they're coming up on some of that slower traffic. Brian, we'll see if this affects them as they come over towards the tower turn, towards turn 13, as they've got, again, a couple of slower cars. That 555 machine, he stays all the way offline, lets the 2 leaders through, and they rocket through turn 13 and just hunker down to power out onto this very fast Flying Fortress straight.
Yeah, I tell you what, they definitely got through that traffic. Here they are again. They're going to have to alter their line. Hodges is going to go deep inside there and make that pass. But now here comes Walter Jessic as well, kind of on the outside-inside move there, Greg. He's definitely not going to let David Hodges get too far out in front as they head down that backstretch there.
No, and that was a great recovery, as that Boxster went a little deep, opened up the door for Jessic to come underneath, to turn in just a little bit later, straighten that line up. but time is running out now as they come under braking into the final corner, into the Sunset Bend. We talked yesterday about all the different lines that you could take through this corner, and very similar is the rear end of Walker Jessek's car steps out just a bit, and as they come onto the front straight, taking the win in our first sprint race of the weekend, it's going to be David Hodges in his 997.2. He wins the SP 997 class by 0.18, 1800ths of a second over Walker Jessek. All following cars will come across the line. You saw it there. Rob Walker, the first of our spec Boxsters to cross the line. And the rest of the field comes through. We're going to pick them up. Let's make another call to the grid, and then we'll pick up the rest of these class finishers.
Yellow run group, please make your way to the grid. This is your 10-minute call.
All right, let's take, as they come across the line now, Brian, it was Hodges and Jessek, as we talked about, taking the win in 911 Cup. Dwayne Moses, he comes across the line, finishing third overall. Actually, I think that was, I think we just came out of the final corner onto the front straight, crosses the line. So, you know, we had Hodges and Jessek so far ahead of everybody else here on track in those two Spec 997 cars. Moses driving a 1987 Porsche 911. You know what, a car that's almost 25 years. Hodges and Jessek's cars senior. That's not coming out the way I meant, but a big difference there. Matter of fact, Moses, who comes across the line, there he is in the 37 machine, finishes a minute and a half back from the top two racers. Doug Crossman will be the next to come across the line here. But let's take a look at some of these other classes. In SP1, Greg Lee taking the win over Tim Pruitt. Margin of victory, 5.5 seconds. Albert Salvador, who we saw early on in the number 55 machine, have some problems. He's going to finish third in class. In 911 Cup, talked about Dwayne Moses. Ben Wallace will finish second. Fred Beasley will finish in third. In G, Doug Crossman with the win. John Patton finishing in second. And just now crossing the line, David Nissenbaum will bring his machine home, his Boxster home in third. Mary Schindler coming out of the final corner now and onto the front straight. Mary will finish fourth in the G class, with Jordan Simon finishing in fifth. And as we move over to Spec Boxster, we saw Rob Walker come across the line, completing 11 laps. Sean O'Brien will finish second, with Lawson Wilder third. Sam Halabi, Brian, who we saw have his challenges there working through traffic. He does come home in fourth, still 35 hundredths of a second back from Lawson Wilder. And some of those challenges with traffic, I think, made it a little bit more difficult for Halabi. Dan Rubel will finish fifth, with Mark Caroluzzi finishing in sixth. So that's going to wrap things up for our first sprint race of the day. We've got 5 more to go, gentlemen. And next up is our yellow group. They are scheduled to be on track at 9:50. Or pardon me, I'm looking at the wrong schedule. We've already passed 9:50, haven't we? They are scheduled to be on track about 5 minutes from now. So what we're going to do, we're going to take a quick break. And when we come back, more racing action here from Sebring. It is the 33rd annual 48 Hours at Sebring, presented by Champion Tire. We'll be right back.
Welcome to Sebring Resorts, a premier collection of luxury lifestyle communities in Sebring, Florida, just minutes from the iconic Sebring International Raceway. From the developers of Sebring Motor Garages, Sebring Resorts brings together motor garages for race cars, exotic cars and RVs, luxury townhomes, private jet hangars, an RV resort, and more, all designed for those who live life in the fast lane. Models open daily. Discover Sebring's most exciting community. Visit SebringResorts.com today.
Tech Tactics is a day dedicated to Porsche technical information and will be held both on February 21st and 22nd. The event is for all Porsche enthusiasts, from casual information gatherer to the everyday Porsche mechanic. Get the latest news directly from the source. Topics range from balancing carburetors to understanding how the new hybrid systems work. Tech Tactics is hosted at the PCNA training facility in Easton, Pennsylvania, perfect for this hands-on type of event. The facility is used to train Porsche technicians on the intricacies of new Porsches while at the same time providing valuable training on the Porsches of old. It is equipped with state-of-the-art classrooms with lifts and drivetrain assemblies, which will be available for our event. Tech Tactics East is limited to 125 entrants each day and consists of lectures by PCNA field specialists, PAG project managers, members of the PCA technical committee, and representatives from other companies such as Michelin, Allen Engineering, Total Seal, and Griot's Garage. To learn more and register, visit pca.org and click on the Events tab.
Nutcracker is the ultimate tool for your center lock wheels. Nutcracker's professionally designed and machined products eliminate the headaches of center lock wheel removal and installation and turn exhausting efforts into a simple one-person job. Unlock a world of convenience and check out the Nutcracker Pro or Nutcracker HD, both covered by a 2-year warranty, or shop our growing list of accessories and tool sets. To learn more and to find your perfect center lock tool fit, visit nutcracker.com today.
Daniel Louise is a licensed agent of New York Life Insurance Company located in Tampa Bay. Daniel and New York Life are committed to helping you protect and grow your lifestyle. With so many options and complex information, making financial decisions isn't always easy. Together, we can create a strategy customized to your situation. Every client is unique, and it's our priority to help you understand your options, meeting today's needs and tomorrow's goals. Visit DanielLouiseJr.com to help face your future with confidence.
Feeling hungry or need a cup of coffee? Visit the Track Shack, conveniently located in the paddock just behind the race control tower. We're open for breakfast and lunch all weekend long and offer hot and cold drinks, sandwiches, sides, platters, and so much more. Or if you were done for the day and headed out for dinner, head over to the Gator Shack just a few minutes east on US Highway 98 in Florida. Gator Shack. Follow the tracks.
At Hankook Tire, we strive to create a universal moment when the car and driver become one. Our aim is to develop a safer, more pleasant, and more comfortable driving experience from the moment the driver turns on the engine. Through strong braking power, smooth handling, driving comfort, and guaranteed safety, Hankook products deliver an authentic driving experience beyond mobility. Our tires provide total control of speed and direction while ensuring safety and comfort on the road. Embrace driving emotion and embrace the feel and excitement of being behind the wheel with Hankook Tire. Hankook competition tires are the perfect match of performance and longevity. Visit hankookmotorsports.com to buy today.
OG Racing has been a national sponsor of PCA Club Racing since 1998. Headquartered in Sterling, Virginia, and staffed by PCA members and club racers, OG Racing has always carried the industry's best in racing safety equipment and performance parts. The best products from manufacturers like Sparco, OMP, Alpine Stars, helmets from Bell, Stilo, Rue, brake pads from Performance Friction, Paget, and Hawk, just to name a few, and are always in stock and ready to ship from their 12,000 square foot warehouse. Give OG Racing a call or visit them at www.ogracing.com and sign up for their newsletter.
We're not just a one-off experience, we're a call to freedom. We're a place in people's minds where everyone can unleash their wild side with a passport to a world of possibilities. A spirit that breaks all the rules, uniting the famously bold and spirited essence of tequila from Mexico with the much-loved richness of peanut butter. Manibal is the bold embodiment of the party animal within us all. Here is where the ethics starts. Tequila can be purchased nationwide at manibaltequila.com.
Club Reg is a supporter of PCA Club Racing and the provider of all registration for each of our races. ClubRegistration.net is a unique service because we put all of our customers first. You can use our services for free or with a small credit card handling fee. How can you go wrong? Included with both are custom solutions tailored to meet your needs. Find out more information at ClubRegistration.net.
Friends, racers, and fans here at Sebring, and to everyone joining our live broadcast as the field makes its way through these opening turns of this historic circuit, you'll notice a solemn adjustment to the grid for this yellow race. We're going to be observing what is known as a missing man formation, leaving the pole position open and empty to honor a man who is a cornerstone of the Porsche community and a leader in every sense of the word, Scott Martin Asplundh. Scott passed away on January 22nd at the young age of 68 following a courageous battle with ALS, Lou Gehrig's disease. And today we dedicate this lap and this race to his memory. For the Asplundh family, racing isn't just a hobby, it's a shared language. And if you look at the GTD3 class today, you're going to see the number of that legacy in action. Scott's brother Brent Asplundh and his nephew Griff, who is our pole sitter today and has dropped back a couple of rows to leave the position open for his uncle. They are both on track right now, piloting their Cayman GT4 RS Club Sports. To Brent and Griff, we know that Scott is riding shotgun with you today, as he was a man who understood the precision, the discipline, and the heart required to compete at a place like Sebring. Scott's journey was defined by leadership and a ground-up work ethic. He spent his summers as a student on tree trimming crews for the family business, Asplundh Tree Expert, eventually rising to become the chairman and CEO. Under his stewardship, the company saw unprecedented growth, but Scott's true legacy was his commitment to safety. He spearheaded digital innovations and safety cultures that saved lives across the utility industry, proving that his engineering mind was always focused on the well-being of others. But Scott was also a lifelong athlete. In his youth, he was the rare triple threat captain, leading his high school football, ice hockey, and baseball teams. That competitive fire naturally led him to Porsche Club of America. And whether he was behind the wheel or supporting his family from the paddock, he embodied the PCA credo. It's not just the cars, it's the people. He was a man of integrity, a devoted husband to his high school sweetheart, Hallie, for 45 years, and a proud father to Madeline and Jared. His strength during his health challenges in the recent years was a final masterclass both in grace as well as resilience. And as the field now completes this very special lap and prepares for the green flag, we remember a leader, an athlete, and a racer who left every organization and every community better than he found it. The family has requested that in lieu of flowers, donations be made in Scott's memory to the ALS Association or the charity of your choice, continuing his lifelong mission of helping others. And as the pace car brings the field now down and around the back half of Sebring International Raceway, let's honor Scott Asplundh the way he would have wanted, by racing hard, racing fair, and cherishing every moment on this track. May his memory always be a blessing. All right, let's get ready for our second race of the day, our yellow group race. As we mentioned, Scott's nephew, Griff Asplundh, is our pole sitter today. When he comes around Sunset Bend and onto the front straight, he, as well as all of the other drivers to the inside lane, to the left lane, will retake their position, and we will have our official pace lap. Starting on pole today, Griff Asplundh in his Cayman GT4 RS Club Sport. That is the number 7 machine. Starting alongside him, also in GTD3, Rami Farid. He is driving the number 53 machine. Starting on the second row today is going to be Chris Dooley. He is driving the number 751 car. He's going to start alongside Steve Lessman in the 108. On row number 3, starting 5th today, it's Mark Cook in the number 581 car, with Kevin Sear driving the 194 machine. He starts in 6th. And then we've got Nicholas Giguere. He's going to start 7th today. He's in the 111 machine. Right alongside, we have then Dominic Leque. He is our GT2 pole sitter, and he will start 8th today in the number 31 machine. Moving back over to GTD3 is David Peterman. David will start 9th. He's in the number 52 car, with Scott Nays starting 10th on the outside of row number 5 in the number 10 car. Then we've got Brian Cheney starting 11th today in the number 15 machine, with Rob Trollinger starting 12th. He drives the 94 Cayman. Then we've got Jeff Britton. He will start 13th and drive the number 808 car, with Brad Weber in the 747 machine starting 14th. On the inside of row number 8, starting 15th today, driving the number 90 Cayman GT4 RS Club Sport, it's Nicole Robichaux, with LP Dumoulin starting 16th, driving the number 8 car. Then we've got in GTD2, it's Jordan Borlotti. He's going to start 19th in the number 84 machine. And rounding out row number 10, starting 20th today, it's Arthur Soltis in the number 14 car. Starting 21st, driving the number 274 GTD2 Cayman GT4 Club Sport, it's Jim Hammond, with Bahar Yani starting 22nd in the 73 Cayman Club Sport. Now, let's move over to GTB3, where Kieran O'Rourke is driving his 2009 Porsche Cayman. He will start 24th on the field, with Claudio Kempf starting in 24th position, driving the number 66 machine. David Wells will start 25th. He's driving the number 60 GTD2 Cayman GT4 Club Sport, with Jose Roque starting 26th, driving the 776 1986 Porsche 911 in the GT4 class. Then we've got Gary Stanberry, also in GT4, starting 27th on the field. He's driving the 166 machine, with Patrick Perronet in, I believe, Claudio's got the oldest chassis in the field, but Patrick's is close. He's in a 1971 Porsche 911. And then we move over to GT3, with Tividar Heinlein driving a 2016 Cayman GT4 Club Sport. He will start 29th in the number 56 GT3 class car. Now let's move over to our GTB racers. Starting on pole, driving the number 9 GTB1 Cayman, it is Angus Rogers. Starting alongside will be Ed Dunn, driving the number 98. The 771 of Franklin Prey will start 3rd, with Russell Motorana starting 4th in the 726 car. Luis Acevedo will start 5th. He's in the 344 car, alongside Maciej Tunwitz, who is driving the number 29. Then moving over to row number 4, starting 7th, driving the 881 Cayman, it's David Coutu. Then we've got Tony Clinton. He's going to start 8th. He's in the 444 machine. And then finally, rounding out the field in GTB1 and making up row number 5, starting 9th, driving the number 951 Cayman, it's Andrew Burke. And then Peter Chong will start 10th. He's in the 722. That is a field, gentlemen. What do we have to look forward to here, Mark, for this 30-minute sprint race?
Well, one of the nice things is as you look at the track, it's virtually dry. It's a little bit cooler than we had yesterday, 57 degrees, cloudy, so the sun won't be an issue, at least during this race. And I think it's going to be really tight all the way across. One of the fun things we talked about, Mr. Scott Asplundh with his nephew Griff on the pole and his brother Brent further in the pack. Both the Asplundh boys are driving identical cars. It'll be interesting to see how they interact on the track if Brett gets close to his son.
All right, pace car now on the pit lane, turning the field over to Griff Asplundh. Starter looks over the field. Green flag is in the air as we are now 5 wide coming down the front straight. You can do that going into turn 1. You can't do it coming out, as we've got Asplundh and Rami Farid going into turn 1 side by side as they come out. That's how it stands, as Asplundh drops now into second. Oh no, he's going to go deep on Rami Farid as they go into turn 1. It looks like Farid has the advantage now as they come through. Dooley, Cook, Lessman with Dominic Lequeux as they come through turn 3 and through the carousel and into Big Bend as our second field now. The GTB1 racers take their start, led by Angus Rogers and Ed Dunn, as they are door-to-door, Brian, going into turn 1.
Yeah, I tell you what.
Angus is another local favorite from Sarasota.
Go ahead, Brian.
I was going to say, Greg, talk about Rami Farid. He was not going to be denied in that early lead. Neither is Ed Dunn here, as he got through turn 1 rather quickly, and he started to open it up a little bit coming through. You could see it's about a 4.5 car length advantage right now. So Ed Dunn getting that speed, getting that run from basically the outside, cutting back in once he got down out of turn number 1. So good run by Ed Dunn right now.
All right, as they come down into the hairpin for the very first time, and under braking there, as you said, Brian, with Dunn opening up a nice advantage here early on, as the field all in line now. And again, as we saw, Mark, you said, of course, the track is starting to dry out, but there are still some areas of dampness. And now, again, all of these racers, they did have the opportunity to go out during a warm-up session this morning. It was much more damp than it is right now. And we'll see here. The wind is still blowing probably at around 15, 20 miles an hour on the front straight, probably with these heavier race cars. Not going to affect them all that much. I've seen here Formula car racing at Sebring where it definitely cause an issue. But again, the racers, I think, are going to be more worried about how even areas like here coming in the sunset underneath the bridge where it may not have dried out as much, how much that might affect them.
That corner is a bumpy corner, of course, probably the bumpiest on the track, and it makes sense that if there's a little bit of shade, even though there's no sun, it's not as dry as it is on the rest of the track.
Tell you what, gentlemen, our front 5 right there in that GTD3 class, I tell you what, neither one of them is really opening up the door too much. They're all kind of staying in line. Again, trying to get as much and as quickly get the heat into these tires. Again, as Mark, as you mentioned, it is a little bit cooler out there today, and with not really going out this morning in doing any of the warm-up, you really don't know what you have, because what you ran on Friday and then Friday night, if you ran, it's totally different. This track is totally changed. So these drivers, some of them, don't really know what they have. We have a few that have been in the first race, now moving over into this race as well. We got a couple double-duty drivers here right now, so they know.
Yeah, they know the track conditions maybe a little bit better than a lot of the other racers out here. It was interesting, Brian, to see Steve Lessman. He's in the green 108 machine. He had, when they came down into the hairpin, he had taken a quick look to the inside on Mark Cook, and I think either decided he was maybe a little bit too far back, or possibly. And here come Cook and Lessman now into the chicane over at Le Mans, and Lessman, I think, maybe didn't trust himself, or maybe didn't trust his left foot with that brake pedal. And really backed out much earlier than I would have expected, or possibly early on, just giving Cook something to think about and look in his mirrors a little bit here early on.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to show what you're going to do on the very first lap. So yeah, absolutely. Just saying, hey, I'm still here. I haven't gone anywhere. Let's let the tires get up to temps, and then we can go ahead and try to make my move either there or elsewhere. But I am faster than you are right here on this opening lap. And again, I'm not going anywhere. But they've got to be careful, because you got Nicolas Guerre coming in right behind him as well. So now throw him into the mix.
Yeah, I was just going to say that Giguere actually ran the fastest lap of anybody on that opening lap on the second lap from 6th position. And he's he's making up ground right now on Lessman and Cook. He was about 7/10 back when they crossed the line, and he's still about 2.5, 3 car lengths back. But that last time through, I mean, he picked up almost 2 full seconds on the folks ahead. I mean, he's got a head of steam on him.
Yeah, Chris Dooley trying to make a move right there, going down into the hairpin on Griff Asplundh's in that number 7 machine. He had to get out of it, so you can see where that's opened up by about a car length right there. But Dooley tried to make that move in that 7 machine. Griff just wanted no part of it and held his line all the way through there, like, you're not getting through right now.
Yeah, but as Asplundh has to do that, and he has to spend time looking in the mirrors for Dooley with that attack. And again, it might be just a case of showing the nose and trying to get the driver ahead off his game. It definitely gives Rami Farid at least a momentary advantage. Here as they come through Le Mans and onto the Ullman Straight, that advantage is more or less gone, Mark. But again, it gives Farid just that little time to maybe relax.
As close as these cars are in racing capability, it doesn't take much to stay in front.
All right, and here they go. The top 3 have separated out just a little bit from Mark Cook, and Cook now has managed to open up about 4 car lengths on Lessman. So Lessman definitely, if there's any real draft for these cars available, Lessman definitely out of it right now, and a little bit on the back foot as Giguère is once again lapping slightly faster than Steve Lessman. Mark Cook now, as we saw himself separating himself from Lessman and Giguère, just reset the fast lap, actually lapping faster than our 3 leaders, Farid, Asplundh, and Dooley. Let me take a look and see if we can track down one of our other races. I'd like to get to that GTB1 race with all of our Caymans in that from that second group, because Ed Dunn has taken over the lead from Angus Rogers, and they've got Franklin Prey, who didn't look very strong in qualifying yesterday, was about mid-pack in the 777 machine, and he has got a head of steam on him right now, currently sitting in 3rd, right behind our 2 leaders in that class. We'll try and track down. It's the 2 black. Actually, we've got 4 black Caymans in a row if we talk about Russell Matarana as well.
What? Wait, no white ones? What happened to the white ones in there? Right?
Exactly.
I think here they come right here. These are it right here.
Only at Road Atlanta.
Here they come right now. I believe there's Ed Dunn right there.
It right there.
Franklin Prey.
And look at the speed that they carry through turn 3. I mean, that's the effect. Brian and I have watched and called a lot of racing here at Sebring with cars that don't have aero help, don't have those big rear wings on them, and it's much more of a braking event as opposed to here where these cars with these really large rear wings can carry more speed through the corner because they know that they don't have to necessarily worry about the rear end stepping out on them.
I don't know if you've noticed, but that is Angus Rogers leading that group of 4. It may not show up on the
and it does now. It does now. Dunn had led the previous lap, okay, and Rogers had gotten back around. So indeed,
I was going to say earlier that Angus is a local favorite. He's a builder out of Sarasota, Florida, a member of Suncoast Racing, and besides PCA Club Racing, does HSR and some IMSA racing.
So a little bit of historics, HSR being a NASCAR property, and then of course with IMSA, maybe we'll see him in a couple weeks here for the 12-hour.
No, he's not running the 12-hour.
Okay.
I'm aware of, but they are in the GS series. It's a feeder series.
Yeah.
For the.
Yep, absolutely. In the Michelin Cup.
I believe so.
Yep. All right. And of course, I'll remind everybody that this sprint race is presented by one of the great sponsors of the Porsche Club America. That is TrackDayTire.com. I want to thank them for all of their assistance as we continue to watch this battle in GTB1. Great field, 10 cars deep, and the top 4 drivers separated by just 2 seconds.
Yeah, these four guys really are starting to open that up, Greg, as you were mentioning. I mean, you got to go back 11 and a half, almost 12 seconds to get to Luis Acevedo and that 344 machine. So, again, you can see the class of this GTB1 field. Ed Dunn, Angus Rogers, even Franklin Perry, they've all been the top of this field over the last year and a half where we've been watching. And it always comes down to within the last lap or the last 4 minutes, 3 minutes of a race to determine the actual winner.
All right, just ahead of them on track, coming down under braking, going into turn 7. Gary Stanberry in his GT4 993 chassis, and then I think Tividar Heinlein, who's in the GT3 class in his Cayman, and it's wonderful to watch Stanberry with that older 993 chassis. I was talking to our producer Brennan Kesmerick earlier today, and now either one of us would love to have our own either 993 or 964 chassis to call our own, and I think that they both might be out of my range right now. But Brian, we did see a Cup car for sale out on the front lawn, and I know you for the last year and a half have talked about the want and need to test drive one out on track. I believe it's only going for $145,000, which should be well within your range.
Absolutely.
And if you need either Brendan or myself to do a pre-purchase inspection here on 3.7 miles, 17 turns, Sebring International Raceway, we are very willing to volunteer for you.
I will tell you what, Greg, I will make that happen, but I guarantee you the only thing I'm going to be able to get right now is one of the lug nuts, and I may not even be able to afford that. So if you guys want to handle one of those lug nuts for me, I would very appreciate it being there.
That's right. And some say I'm the lug nut, but anyway.
More like the loose nut between the steering wheel and the seat.
That's right. So we're back to, this is the battle for the overall. Rami Farid, Griff Asplund, who was our pole sitter today, fell back into second place right off the jump. And speaking of jump, Rami Farid with a great one. Chris Dooley and Mark Cook right there as well. And Lessman now in that green 108 machine. He's starting to close down, whereas Cook had opened up a nice advantage early on in fourth position over Lessman. This last time by Lessman, 1.1 seconds faster than Mark Cook ahead. And Brian, you can see now he's only about, 10 feet off the tailpipe of the 581.
Yeah, I tell you what, Lessman, I think that car's really starting to come in because he just set the fastest pace or the fastest lap last time by on that fifth lap of that 210.6. That car's getting faster and faster. We'll see what he does here when they come by the start-finish line. A little bit off the pace there from where he was before, but I tell you what, they're really getting into it now.
Yeah, he didn't get a good jump out of the Le Mans chicane onto the Ullman straight, and ended up losing a couple of car lengths as opposed to the 911 chassis. I mean, it is critical coming through Le Mans that you kind of do a little bit later turn in and straighten the car up. We will typically see on that second part of the chicane where drivers will go all the way over drivers left, in some cases 10 feet past the curbing because, well, there's nothing but concrete there to try and open things up. These racers really, I think they've been told to maintain track limits and stay closer to where that curbing is. But we're just about halfway through this yellow group race. Why don't we make a first call to the grid, and then we'll take a quick break.
Red Run Group. This is your first call to grid. First call to grid for red drivers. Thank you.
All right. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, more racing action from Sebring, where it is the 48 hours of Sebring presented by champion Porsche. Stay with us.
OG Racing has been a national sponsor of PCA Club Racing since 1998. Headquartered in Sterling, Virginia, and staffed by PCA members and club racers, OG Racing has always carried the industry's best in racing safety equipment and performance parts. The best products from manufacturers like Sparco, OMP, Alpine Stars, helmets from Bell, Stilo, Rue, brake pads from Performance Friction, Paget and Hawk, just to name a few, and are always in stock and ready to ship from their 12,000 square foot warehouse. Give OG Racing a call or visit them at www.ogracing.com and sign up for their newsletter.
About to hit the track without coverage for your car? Buy HPDE insurance in minutes at LockedInMotorsports.com. Whether you drive a 911 or a Boxster, protect your car against physical damage during HPDE and track day events with HPD insurance from Locked In Motorsports, administered by Locked In Affinity. Coverage includes modifications you've done to your car, 2 drivers at each event, demonstration laps your instructor drives, and more. Worried about the trip home? Locked In Motorsports also offers off-track insurance for your non-licensed race car or track car while in transit, in storage, and in the paddock, plus options for your trailer, equipment, and tools. Insure your Porsche today at LockedInMotorsports.com.
Miller's Oils is proud to be a Porsche Club Racing sponsor and to work with Racer's Edge as their North American distributor. Miller's Oils has been blending oil since 1887 and has an extensive product line for virtually every street or racetrack application. The technology implemented in Miller's engine oil and gear oils protects the wear surfaces of your engine and gear train on a microscopic level, significantly reducing friction and increasing the life of your engine and gear train. We encourage you to try Miller's and judge for yourself with the help of an oil sample analysis. As they say, the proof is in the pudding.
Welcome back to the 48 Hours at Sebring. I'm Greg Ginsburg, along with Brian Donati, Mark Johnson, and as we catch this race already in progress, we've been watching that battle for the overall lead in GTD3. And Brian, Chris Dooley driving the number 751 machine. He's been mired back in 3rd place behind Rami Farid and Griff Asplundh. There they are, coming through the Le Mans chicane, all over the Dooley, all over the back of Asplundh. He had just reset the fast lap, and although there's not very far to go, he was about a 10th faster than Asplundh. And if he runs any faster than Asplundh now, he's going to be right alongside. And just as I say that, he pops out to take a slightly different line than Asplundh coming through turn 17. Can't get underneath to push him wide, however. And he's going to follow Farid and Asplundh across the line, staying in 3rd. Right back behind him, though, Mark Cook, Steve Lessman, locked in nose to tail with Nicholas Giguere there as well.
Yeah, definitely Chris Dooley, really the last couple laps. You can see here that showing up on the screen once again, you can see the difference where it was a second, then 7/10, then 6/10 of a second lap times. And again, just as you mentioned, Greg, he tried to go out and make that move coming out of there. That wasn't able to stick, and now he's dropped back a little bit. So now it's time to regroup a little bit. Just about 11 and a half minutes left to go in this race. If he wants to get up, move up one more spot, he's going to have to settle back down in a little bit, because it looks like everybody is starting to materialize, tires and everything else, and his car seems to be getting a little bit faster as the race is going on.
Yeah, it definitely looks like he's set it up for the second half of the race. And Mark, we saw this last night, for example, as a lot of the faster drivers are trying to work their way through. But right now, when we have all of these GTD3 racers now coming up to the back of that GTB1 field, this is mixed class racing. You have to be able to plan moves not only on your own competitors, but these other classes, sometimes corners in advance.
Certainly need to be looking ahead for who's out there in front of you, if you know who they are, and what they're mostly inclined to do on the track. Fortunately, these guys, while being amateur racers, they are quite professional.
Yeah, one of the cars going really wide, trying to get out of the way there. And Greg, and Mark, I'm not sure what happened to Angus Rogers, but Angus Rogers, who was up there in the lead of that 4-car battle that we saw in that GTB1, he has dropped all the way down into 7th place, quite a ways back. So Ed Dunn now has taken over that GTB1 in that black number 98 with Franklin Prey second. Russell Motorana now in that 726 has moved up to third. So again, Angus Rogers there, you can see on the time frame from lap 6 to lap 7 there had to be some kind of an incident because it's still
Half a
30 second difference. So
well, there you go. And if you wanted to get a graphical representation of Angus Rogers' problems, it didn't look like flat Sebring. It looked like going into turn 1 at Circuit of the Americas there for his lap times. Maybe somebody had to push his car up the non-existent hill.
That's kind of tough to lose that amount of time. We'll see how he.
But I'm wondering also, Brian, as I look at Franklin Prey, also he was about 5 seconds on that same lap, about 5 seconds slower, and I'm sure as Prey was sitting in third position at the time, probably had to go and avoid whatever may have happened with that other machine, and so now Dunn has about a 5.5, almost 6 second advantage over both Prey and Martirana, who are still really locked in right next to one another here as they're working lap number 9.
Tell you what, as we watch this GT3 battle, there's the overall lead there going back through. You see here now, there's Nicolas Guerre, and then right here is Steve Lessman. They were side by side coming through the hairpin, heading up into turn 8 and turn 9, Greg. That did not work out, as now Guerre is well ahead of Steve Lessman. Lessman had to get on the brakes. There's Guerre right there. Look at the difference back to Mark Lessman in this green and white number 108 there. So that did not work when they went side by side.
Well, and look at it. You can see how loose Lessman got as he was trying to position the car to get past some of that slower traffic. And the rear end kind of walked around on him just a little bit. He was able to get it done, but that's got to be rough, especially since he was turning in much earlier than you would normally do there, knowing that car would wash wide to be able to clear that slower traffic without impacting both of them.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Some of these drivers here, I believe, may have put on new tires before this race. You can see the difference in the tires dropping off from some of these cars, where the cars just won't handle as we get down towards the end. There's your front 3 right there in that GTD3 class, in there. But some of these cars are just starting to fall off from a time perspective as I look down through the charts.
Well, and as we've got 7.5 minutes left, typically these races being 30 minutes in length, these sprint races don't necessarily put a huge burden on the tires or on the brakes of these cars unless you are, in many cases, overdriving the car. And I think you're probably seeing this a lot as the track is, really starting to dry out, that perhaps the braking is maybe a little bit different, but we may see these drivers really with more, especially from the front wheels, more slip angle going into the corners as they're understeering through a lot more than they normally would under perfectly dry conditions.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yep, we got one car there spun around going down. I believe that's down in turn number 5, I believe, right there. We'll try to figure out what number that is.
Through 5 going in the Big Bend. Car number on that is
the white Porsche, I can tell you that.
The 722 machine. And he has gotten that car. That is Peter Chong, who was running 9th in the GTB1 class. And looks like, Brian, we were talking about Angus Rogers. I believe he's brought the car onto the pit lane. So we've got another driver around over going into the Le Mans chicane. One of our 911s.
Ooh, don't want to pull out there.
And that's the, I think that's the 881 car that is there. Uh-oh. Well,
there we go.
Not there any longer.
Took the Daniel Rubel exit there and come through.
All right, let's do, Brian, let's do this. Going to make another call to the grid for our next race group.
Attention in the paddock. This is your second call to grid. Second call to grid for the red run group.
All right. And so, Brian, that 881 car, that was David Coutu. He was running 5th in GTB1. Not any longer, as he is now fallen back, I believe, to 7th position, as Masha Tunwitz and Andrew Burke have managed to get by. Kutu was our camera car during qualifying yesterday. Would have liked to have the camera in there today as well, but time definitely starting to run down. 5 minutes remaining in this 30-minute race, and we can see there were some of these drivers getting a little bit more slip angle coming into turn 3, even with the big wing, the rear end, as they're getting onto the throttle, and some of that may be, again, kind of anticipating when they should get on the throttle and just getting in a little bit early, but certainly affecting some of the drive off speed there.
Yeah, you know what, Greg, it is so easy to overdrive this entire racetrack. I've had some really good conversations with Tommy Milner, about this racetrack. And, the minute you start to overdrive it, it's about 2 or 3 laps for you to get back in. And we've got a couple cars here spinning around. I think that may have been, is that the Lessman machine that may have gotten involved with the 5? I think that may be. I'm waiting here as it just came out of our view. And it is the 747, Brian, of Brad Weber, who was the other driver involved. Brad was running 12th in GTD3 and his Cayman GT4 RS Club Sport. Yeah, it looks like got involved there with Patrick Panay in that number 5 machine. But as I was mentioning, Greg, it is so easy to overdrive this that the minute you overdrive it, it takes you about 2 or 3 laps really to get back into a rhythm to not overdrive it. And by that time, you're that's what, 2.5, 3 minutes a lap. At that point, you're just kind of throwing it out the window. You have to be patient at this racetrack with some of these turns, getting in and off the corner.
All right, next time our leaders cross the start-finish line, we'll have one more circuit of this 3.7 mile, 17 turn circuit. Rami Farid is your leader. Chris Dooley, who has gotten around Griff Asplundh, now running in second. Then Asplundh, Mark Cook. And Cook and Nicholas Jaguar now still about 5 seconds, 4.5, 5 seconds back from our top 3, who have really run in their own little pocket. Here they come now down into turn 10 as they work through Collier and over towards the Tower turn. And they are probably, Brian, as far apart as we have seen them all race long, as Farid now has opened up almost 2.5 seconds on Chris Dooley in second as they come into our view. And
yeah,
look at the speed that Dooley carries into the Le Mans chicane. You can just see the car mark just leaned over all the way as it's in a nice little drift and then locks up perfectly to come into that curbing.
Yeah, they just went by. That's Franklin Prey right there. That's second in GTB1, and then Russell Matarama in that 726 right there behind him as well. So that's a battle for second and third in GTB1. But yeah, the overall leaders there starting to pick up the pace here as this race is winding down. They're starting to get back into the front field of this GTB1 race.
It's taken a while before they've gotten locked in, but they are certainly dialed in at this moment.
One of the things that happens here, sorry, Greg, I was going to say one of the things real quick that happens here is when any race, whether it's, 30 minutes or even longer, tire degradation really plays in because of the older concrete. You could go out with brand new tires, and by the time you get at the end of this 30 minutes, that tire degradation is going to go way, way down. I mean, it's just going to chew them up like a cheese grater that just ends up being you have to tiptoe.
We talked earlier about how the concrete is so polished down, but that does lead to, again, the cars essentially just sliding across the pavement and ripping up the compounds here. And especially now as these drivers, as we see Farid and Dooley and Asplundh coming into a lot of slower traffic here on the final lap, and they have to go and quickly change direction, not take optimal lines through corners. It can make things very difficult for them.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Chris Dooley now second place in GTD3. He's starting to run down Rami Farid in that number 53 machine as they come down through, turn number 13 and start to head down, Greg. I think Chris Dooley has a real legitimate shot now as he's right on that back bumper of that number 53 machine of picking up this overall win here in GTD3.
Well, Mark, he's been the most aggressive, I think, of the top three drivers from the start of this race. Now, Farid had that wonderful start to get the jump on Asplundh, but Dooley really, he fought from much further back to be in this position. And Asplundh now, who had to work through some slower traffic coming through turns 10, 11, and 12, now I think, at least for the win, he's out of it.
What it's going to come down to is turn 17. He's going to have to be close and nail the corner.
And he might not be close enough. He's about a full car length, maybe a car length and a half back from Rami Farid as they go into the Sunset Bend, come underneath the bridge, and as they come onto the front straight, starter has a checkered flag in the air and taking the win in GTD3. It's going to be Rami Farid by almost half a second over Chris Dooley. Griff Asplundh will finish in third. Mark Cook comes across the line. He'll finish fourth with Nicholas Giguere only 0.2 of a second back. That's your top five overall and in GTD3 as we wait for our other racers to come across the line. And in GTD2, as we started our final lap, Arthur Soltis, great time from the run, his fastest lap of the race. He opened up almost 0.6 on Max DeAngelis with Jordan Bortolotti, another 0.6 back from there. We're going to see them come across the line here momentarily, but Bahir Yanni was about 12 seconds back in fourth position. I don't think going to be challenging for the lead there, as I believe that's the start of our GTD2 racers now coming through. And indeed, it's going to be Soltis, it's going to be DeAngelis and Bortolotti, your top three. Now, let's move over to GTB1, where it is Ed Dunn, your winner. Russell Motorana comes home in second. He gets around Franklin Prey, who finishes in third, and only half a second separating him at the line, with Luis Acevedo finishing just off the podium. Maciej Tunwitz ran his fastest lap of the race. He will finish fifth. So great run there for our second of three sprint races this morning. We're going to take a quick break. Actually, do we need to make another call to the grid? No, we don't. Good. We're going to take a quick break thanks to our partners and sponsors. And when we come back with our final race of the morning, which is going to feature the Porsche Sprint Trophy PCA presented by Yokohama, we're going to have some very special guests to talk to. So make sure to stay with us. We'll be right back.
At Yokohama, they believe that motorsports are the ultimate test of performance, innovation, and durability. Everything they learn while competing under the grueling race conditions leads to better performing, longer-lasting tires for the track and the street. Yokohama's partnership with Porsche Club of America, Porsche Motorsport North America, and USAC brings you the Porsche Sprint Trophy PCA Series, run exclusively on Yokohama tires. Additionally, Yokohama provides the spec tire for Porsche Sprint Challenge and Porsche Endurance Challenge. Visit yokohamatire.com to see their tire selections for your street or track car.
Based in New Jersey, Precision Motorsports, or PMR, is a supporter of club racing and a new national sponsor for 2025. From the latest Cup cars to 944 racers, PMR has supported them all here at the track. True experts in their craft and dedicated to performance. Find them on Facebook at Precision Motorsports.
New for 2025, Isringhausen will be sponsoring the GTD 1, 2, and 3 classes. Our group here at Club Racing are thrilled to have them on board. Over the past 30 years, Isringhausen has become synonymous with quality vehicles and superb service. The Isringhausen way of doing business has been one of offering excellent products at fair prices, coupled with service that goes above and beyond what anyone would expect from a typical car dealership. We believe that good service is comprised of two components: a willing and helpful attitude, accompanied by competency in your field. We try to support an environment where each person who works here strives to serve each customer as they wish to be served, with dignity and respect. Because of these core values, Isringhausen has become and will continue to be a leading example in the industry.
One of our latest partners, Track Day Tire is happy to be supporting Club Racing through their Toyo, Hoosier, and Michelin tires. Use the code PCACR for a discount at checkout. The TrackDayTire.com team is passionate about helping our customers extract the highest level of performance from their vehicles on the track. Decades of on-track experience has taught us purpose-designed track-use tires are arguably the single most important vehicle component that influences driver confidence to obtain maximum vehicle performance. Making it easier for our fellow Track Day enthusiasts to obtain confidence-inspiring tires is our goal. We look forward to providing you access to the best prices and customer support in the industry.
Welcome back, everybody, to Sebring International Raceway. It is the 33rd running of the 48 Hours at Sebring, presented by Champion Porsche. And, of course, our wonderful host this weekend, both the Suncoast and Gold Coast regions of the Porsche Club of America. I'm Greg Ginsburg, along with Brian Donati and Mark Johnson. And next up is our final race of the morning. Let's run down the starting order, and then we've got a couple special guests we're going to bring in here to join us. It's going to be a big party of five here this morning. Starting on pole today, driving the number 91 GTA 4 Porsche GT3R chassis, it's Rene Robichaux. Starting on the outside of the front row, also in the GTA 3 class, the number 991 machine of Thomas Gruber. Marco Cerrone's going to start on the outside of, or probably the inside of row number 2. He's driving the GTA 4 machine. That is a 2023 992 Cup car, starting alongside the first of our Porsche Sprint Trophy PCA racers, Tadas Karlinskis, who's going to start 4th today in his 2021 992 Cup car. That's the 213 machine. Then in GTC 8, we've got Matt Holcomb. He's going to start 5th today. He's in the 87 car, with Jens Hansen starting 6th. He is in the 224 car. He is another one of our Sprint Trophy racers. Then we've got Matthew Siegel. He's going to start 7th, another Sprint Trophy racer. He is in the 267 machine. And starting 8th in the GTC 8 class, it's Joseph Viola. He's in the 262 car. Then we got Andrew Davis. He's in GTA 4. He's going to start 9th today, right alongside John Getz in the GTC 8 class. John is driving the number 57 machine. Then we have Anthony Yesick. He's also in GTC 8. He's going to start 11th in the 374 car, alongside Joel Johnson, another one of our Sprint Trophy racers. He starts 12th in the 227 Cup car. Then we've got Musafar Ghafarov. He is going to start 13th today inside of row number 7 in the 288 car, alongside Jeffrey Isringhausen, who will start 14th in the 89 car. Cliff Kayer will start 17th. He's driving the number 8 GTA 4 entry alongside David Tuati. Good to see David out here. He is racing in the Sprint Trophy this weekend in the 268 machine. Not a big drive for him to come up from South Florida. Then we got Colin Masola. He's going to start 19th. He's in the number 25 GTC 8 machine, with Michael Levitas, who put in some time at Daytona last week, running a very special 911 and taking a win. Michael is going to start 20th today. He is in the number 218 Sprint Trophy machine. Should mention, of course, this being the very first points race ever for the Porsche Sprint Trophy PCA presented by Yokohama. We have 2 different classes. We've got the majority of them are our Cup cars in the STG class. We also have some Caymans in the STC class. All our Sprint Trophy racers will have bright yellow mirrors and also end plates on their wings, as well as special windshield banners. We'll be able to pick them out as the safety car, pace car, now bringing the field through the final corner into 17. And looks like we are, from the looks of it, going to have a second pace lap, I believe, here, as this pace car still out on track, bringing everybody in. So this is a great opportunity to bring in our special guests. If you don't mind, I'd like you to give a rousing welcome to the gentleman that we have here. We've got Aaron Ambrosino, who is the president of Porsche Club of America. And then I also have joining us Volker Holzmeier, who is the president and CEO of Porsche Motorsport North America. Welcome, gentlemen.
Happy to be here.
Excellent. So happy to have you here. Let's start off. I want to start with you, Aaron, if you don't mind, because today, with such a large Sprint Trophy field here for this very opening round of a very special series, why don't you tell us a little bit about how this plays into the entire Porsche Club of America Club Racing program?
Yeah, we are just super excited to offer the this new race series here within PCA, and it's been a lot of fun working with PM&A Volker and his team on getting this new series up and going. And it's just it's something fantastic for our club race program to just kind of elevate ourselves within that PCA or PM&A Motorsport pyramid. So, it gives us a lot more exposure within motorsports, and I just think in general within the race community.
So Volker, I know you've been working with Porsche Motorsport North America for, I think, since 2004, so running on 20 years or so now. First off, congratulations on that accomplishment. Now, as Aaron has talked about how Sprint Trophy fits in with PCA Club Racing, I know in talking to a good friend of mine, Justin Cornelson, that Porsche PM&A has a number of different series that they work on and work with. I know Sprint Trophy, one of the big the big selling points, frankly, is factory-based support for this type of program. But where does it fit in with Porsche Motorsport North America and all the different racing programs that you're involved with?
I mean, I was talking to Aaron for a while about this. The question was always just how can we better collaborate between PMNA and Porsche Club of America. So finally we got it going. Super excited to be here at the first event. Yes, we have the pyramid, and the idea was just our principles are equal competition, which is done. Everybody has the same car, which demands scrutineering.
Right.
And also like make the cars as safe as possible, like to factory spec. That are the two principles, and we thought like why not adding this to the existing environment so we don't change anything. We just offer a different class to customers who want to prefer that, and at the end the customer will decide what they want. So we're here figuring it out.
Exactly. And of course in PCA Club Racing we have a number of different spec classes. We have a spec Boxster, we have spec Cayman, but as you mentioned, and not to say things are, you know, we all have safety standards across PCA Club Racing. We want to ensure that drivers are in safe cars, but knowing that these are roll cages that have been designed at the factory, that the mountings for fuel cells are done with a factory design, the engines being sealed and the transmissions being sealed. These are all things that ensure, obviously, as you said, very safe competition, but very close competition as well. Whereas even in regular club racing, spec classes don't necessarily mean that every single car that you see taking the green flag is identical. All right, guys, let's take a quick break here. We'll talk a little bit more. By the way, we also have Brian Donati, who is not here in the room with us, but you may hear him ask a couple questions as the pace car now heading to the pit lane, turning things over to our front rows, to Rene Robichaud, Thomas Gruber, and green flag is in the air as they are now heading down into turn one for the very first time. Lights ablaze there from Rene Robichaud in the number 91 machine, that green and black 2023 Cup car, as he leads the rest of the field through turn one. And to hear these monsters just absolutely roar going down to turn one, it is really something here as they all start to funnel down under braking into turn number three. Jumping out to the drivers right there very quickly. That was William Oliver in the 058 machine, as we've got at least one driver there off in the grass. And we'll get the number on that driver in just a moment.
Greg, I tell you what.
Last night, talking about one of our friends who found that these cars are currently running 202 when they're up to speed.
Sure.
Prototypes used to do that here at Sebring a few years ago.
Oh, and we say, and well, we'll get the numbers on those cars here momentarily as a couple of our drivers in, I believe, the GTA 4 class looking to use the same bit of pavement through the exit of the chicane, or probably at the exit of the hairpin over at turn number 7. I'll get the number on that car that seems to be at a standstill here in just a moment. Brian, you had a question for our guests.
Yeah, I do have a question for Volker here in a minute, but I really want to talk about what we saw going down into turn 3 there briefly. It's like the whole second half of the field, basically, they came to a stop to try to get through there because cars were still going 2 and 3 wide, and I think that's really what helped propel down into the hairpin there. But Volker, I do have one question for you, and it's more of, you know, from an overall Porsche perspective. I mean, Roger Penske and you as the OEM, made history last weekend. What does that do for not only having Felipe Nasser come in and be involved in that, but now you've got Lauren Heinrich coming over from A&O to get involved with continuing that with Porsche. What does that do for the OEM in North America for that?
It was 2 great stories. Of course, first of all, we are a little bit sore because we don't go to Le Mans and WEC next year. So to have a 3-peat in Daytona you don't make that every time. That was an awesome achievement. And also how the race ended, it wasn't like we won when we lapped everybody. It was a super tight finish. It was awesome. And then the Lauren Heinrich story is special to us because he came to Road America, did 1 race in Carrera Cup, beat everybody, I think, for a second per lap. And then AO Racing, he got on their radar.
In the radar, yeah.
And then also I have to give a shout out to AO Racing to give such a young guy without a lot of experience the chance to run a GTD Pro car full season. Shout out to them.
Yeah.
So then he just proven
he's everybody right.
He's the guy in 2 years in the G3R, and now him seeing winning in Daytona in the factory team was amazing. That's the junior, let's say that's the driver development program we're always trying to, but you don't have that every year.
That's excellent. All right. As we had another car off track, looks like they've just gotten that back on, or that car's gotten back underway. So we are clean and green all around the track.
Well, not so much clean because it looks like we've had, see, there you go. See,
me and my big mouth, right?
Driver's curse. But we saw down into turn one, Greg, a lot of debris that got kicked up. And I don't know if there was contact prior to that. You can see right there, there's a big red piece there in the center right at turn in. And then a little bit further left, it's kind of outside of that. But it seems like that may be part of somebody's mirror. Obviously, it's a red or the underneath of the splitter.
Not a bright yellow mirror, though. That's the most.
No, it's not a bright yellow mirror, and that's what's fantastic about it, right?
Just want to make sure. So, one of the as we go on, we look at the Sprint Trophy program where it slots in Porsche Club of America. This is, of course, we've talked about the factory support and how close the competition should be because of the cars that our racers are driving. But this is really part of that PCA ladder program to move drivers up from driver's ed programs where they may come out to PCA events and with their street cars and get instruction, what have you, and want to move up into the club racing ranks and maybe see that, as we watch some of these other racers here on track, that the experience levels there's a big wide range there. So Aaron, where do you see this program fitting in?
Yeah, it's within our club race program, what's nice is we have classes for all different types of racers. So depending on whether your budget or your time, you can come in at one of our spec classes all the way up to running a factory race car. So the Sprint Trophy group is kind of at the top of our club race program, and it's perfect for folks who are maybe interested in running one of the other Porsche one make series, whether it be Carrera Cup or Sprint Challenge, but it gives them a place to come in and kind of experience it, working with the folks at Porsche Motorsports, because again, solid scrutineering, safety regulations, all that you will experience in any of the other Porsche one make series, they'll get to experience it here. So again, I think it's a great place for them to come and kind of experience that one make series and then possibly move on to one of the other Porsche series here in the U.S.
All right, and I think the streak has ended here. That's Joel Johnson.
Correct.
They're off on the side of the track. They're coming through the tower turn number 13. And Joel had been running third in the Sprint Trophy class in STG behind Matthew Siegel, who had put in a great run last night in the sprint race. And Jens Hansen running second. But I think that's going to probably move Musafar Ghafarov up into third position. Michael Avidas was sitting right there as well. And, of course, watching last week, and I know Michael from being from the Washington, D.C. area, and great stories. They brought this championship-winning car back to run in the Storks last week at Daytona. So I'm wondering, Volker, how you see some of these racers. Are you looking to do? And obviously I know the role a little bit of what the manufacturer is doing and what you guys do. But is there the chance, as Aaron has talked about, maybe some of these racers are looking at this as a launching point to some of your other series? Do you work with any of these drivers to maybe help set them up, help them either with marketing or working with existing teams in some of the I believe 5 other series that you're overseeing here in North America and around the world?
That's a little delicate topic because it shouldn't look like we're taking away drivers, right?
Sorry.
So it's like, no, that shouldn't be the impression.
I'm talking about me in particular, by the way. Let's be clear.
No, I think motorsport changed a lot. The earlier days we had cup cars, and cup cars have to be limited to one-make racing. But I think since we brought the first club sport out in 16, things changed a lot. I think at the beginning we wanted to produce 50 cars globally. And at the end, 1 year later, we produced 420, and maybe we were short 400.
Yeah.
Because nobody knew that spec cars from the factory for let's call it below career cup driving, and below doesn't mean like less quality or anything. It's just different level of how you race. And then it evolved, and then GT4 homologation came from SRO, and then all the other manufacturers came in with GT4 cars.
Right.
So we had to step up with the Cayman, and then the GT4S had to follow. So let's say these days we're offering much more product from the factory, which also changes the landscape.
Right.
Which also means we cannot just do Carrera Cup and Sprint Challenge. And of course, our product strategy for the future looks like we want to invest more in that segment to offer factory spec cars for races like PCA races. So that's why, of course, we also should be in this area, like in this environment, which honestly I love. So don't get me wrong, I love modified air-cooled cars. It's awesome. And to have them all here, seeing 993s, 964s, all 911s.
Sure.
Love it. And this is a great environment because the variety of Porsches, at the end, we're all Porsche enthusiasts.
Right.
We all want to have fun, race here, and then have all elements here, and then everybody can pick and choose what he wants to do. It's a perfect environment.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, it's a great showcase for everything that Porsche and Porsche Motorsport are doing that you don't have to, if you're here in the United States, you don't have to go to an IMSA event. You don't have to go to SRO. These vehicles, it's got to be a great selling point for you that these vehicles are sitting here right in the paddock, that, you know, drivers who maybe want to move from their, most of these cars are not homegrown chassis, maybe some of the spec Boxsters, but move from what they have been racing to the next level. It's a great way to sell what you have, that you're not just looking at a spec line and trying to order something up. You can see, and you can talk to the racers that are already in those chassis very easily. It makes it very accessible to them, I'm sure.
Yeah. And I mean, we see also Carrera Cup drivers using this as a testing ground. So it's like people jump up, down.
Right.
And I think Porsche offering that variety, that is awesome.
That is absolutely amazing. Mark, you have some questions?
I'm just enjoying the conversation because I am learning so much.
All right.
By the way, I do have a 993 air-cooled downstairs that I thoroughly enjoy. So.
So when I mentioned earlier that I'd love to have, okay, now I know who to talk to after we wrap up the conversation. All right, so let's do this. I don't want to take up all your time, because I know as soon as this race is over, you probably got a lot of work to do. So this is just the first event for Sprint Trophy this year. We have 4 different events on the calendar. We're also going to be we're going to be at Lime Rock Park in June. We're going to be at Watkins Glen in July, an event that I absolutely love. And then over Labor Day weekend at the National Park Speed at Road America. Knowing this is the first event, where, and this is for both of you, where in the next 2 years or so do you see Sprint Trophy going?
Well, yeah, I mean,
Volker basically just handed it right off.
No, I get it, and again, I have to thank Volker and his team. Volker came to me, I think it was end of the year before, beginning of last year, about making this happen, and there has been a lot of discussion. And like I said, we're PCA is super excited that we have this opportunity. Hopefully, if things work well at these next 3 events after Sebring, I'd love to see this expand to, maybe 6 races, next year, and, see how it goes. And, I think it's just a great opportunity for our racers. It's another class for our racers to run in. And as Volker mentioned, folks that run in Carrera Cup or Sprint Challenge, they can come down and race with us.
Right.
And again, same scrutineering, same safety standards. It's an easy transition to move to the different one make. So, hopefully if things work out well, we'll see us at, maybe 6 venues next year or more. So that's the plan, is to grow this, and hopefully the racers are having a great time out there now. We'll enjoy this and we'll come back and race with us.
That would be wonderful. I'm going to have to talk to my good friend's son, Morgan Burkhardt, who races for CSM. Maybe we'll see him out at a couple of these races as well. All right, I want to thank Aaron Ambrosino, president of the Porsche Club of America. I want to thank Volker Holzmeier, who is the president and CEO of Porsche Motorsports, singular, not plural. I had Justin tell me that now twice. I have to fix that up. But I want to thank you both so much for joining us here for what is a very special weekend. Hope you know why we're going to go, and we haven't talked much about the racing on track. Going to talk a little bit more about the racing and highlight some of the drivers that you've got racing here in Sprint Trophy this weekend. So thank you so much for joining us, gentlemen.
Thank you. Pleasure.
All right, there you go. PCA President Aaron Ambrosino and Volker Holzmeier, the President and CEO of Porsche Motorsport North America. We are just about halfway through this 30-minute sprint race. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to thank some of our partners and sponsors. When we come back, we haven't been talking a lot about the racing. We are going to check in and give you a full update about what's going on track. We'll be back here in just a few moments. It is the 48 Hours at Sebring, presented by Champion Porsche. We'll be right back.
Trusted since 1984, Eurosport Porsche Road and Race delivers expert service, custom builds, and premium race gear all under one roof. From daily drivers to track machines, we know Porsche inside and out. And whether it's a classic air-cooled Porsche or a modern race machine, we are dedicated to giving you your car the same care and respect as we give our own. If you have questions about your Porsche, want to schedule a consultation, or need expert performance advice, visit our website today at eurosportporsche.com.
Narrow Escape Motorsports is an independently operated company in Charlotte, North Carolina, the product of 30-plus year Porsche Club of America members. Originally a race team, Narrow Escape Motorsports, spelled N-A-R-O, started fabricating and selling small specialty racing parts in 2012 before growing into the racing and safety parts supplier it is today. Our products and services are designed to serve you, just as they have our racing, road rally, and hill climb teams. Contact us at Narrow Escape Motorsports to shop and learn more.
Treffin means to meet. And that's the entire concept behind the PCA Treffins, an opportunity for PCA members to meet their fellow Porsche enthusiasts at some of the most spectacular locations in North America. PCA's Treffins provide the opportunity for members to drive some of the best roads in North America and enjoy world-class hospitality at world-class hotels. The Spring Treffin will be March 29th through April 2nd at the Montage Palmetto Bluff, an exclusive low-country community in Bluffton, South Carolina. The Montage comprises a quintessentially Southern-style inn modeled after the historic mansion that burned in 1926, plus an assortment of cottages spread across spectacular grounds that capture the ethos of an earlier, more genteel era. The surrounding maritime forest casts shadows that whisper history, while modern resort amenities include a world-class spa, 2 pools, and 8 restaurants and bars. You will not be disappointed in the opportunities for both stimulation and relaxation. To learn more and register, visit treffin.pca.org.
Race Parts Express offers a wide variety of performance and safety parts for your race cars. In addition to our extensive catalog, we are also a recommended servicer for FEV fire suppression systems in both customer and factory Porsche racing vehicles. To learn more and shop, visit our website at RPExpress, that's RP, the letter X, press.com, or call us at 828-428-0820 today.
Welcome back to Sebring International Raceway. It is the 33rd running of the 48 Hours at Sebring, presented by Champion Porsche. And of course, this sprint race is presented by Suncoast Parts. I want to thank them for coming on board, being one of our presenting sponsors here this weekend as we go on board now with the number, is that the number 640? I'm trying to...
I believe that's 640.
That is the 640 machine. And great run here. And now Brian was, as we were talking to Aaron Ambrosino and to Volker Holzmeier, by the way, again, want to thank those two people. Wonderful conversation with them. And I know they are so proud of the Sprint Trophy program. And Brian, you know, as we were talking, you were watching, they should be incredibly pleased with the quality of the racing in Sprint Trophy this weekend.
Yeah, no, absolutely, especially in the Sprint Trophy in the G class there, because Matthew Siegel and Jan Hansen, they were within, you know, a bumper of each other basically for 4 straight laps, right? I mean, whatever Siegel did, Hansen did. Whatever Hansen did, Siegel did, and it was kind of watching that as we're picking it up. I believe this right here is the Rene Robichaux machine, but they were just basically, it was like follow the leader, and then whoever could get past some of the traffic, well, then we would let, it was like those two drivers like, okay, you go, no, I'll go, and let's see what we can do. And so they've got to be really, really super proud of what they're seeing on track. Now, that's opened up a little bit by about 2.5 seconds there, because that's starting to get through some of that lap traffic in the back, and Siegel's starting to open that up. But you're right, Greg. What a great product that's being put out here on the racetrack, and having all of these drivers participate in this class. And as Volger said, and I think Aaron said it as well, it gives another class for drivers to come in and participate in where they may not have, or they're moving up into that class from a lower class, say as a Spec Boxster class.
Yeah, it's a great program, and again, you can pick out the Sprint Trophy racers primarily today in the STG class for our Cup cars. They've got the bright yellow mirrors, like this gentleman right here coming through the chicane. They've got the bright yellow mirrors as well as end plates on the wings, which are a little bit harder to see on our cameras. We do have, I believe, a single actually today we've got a little bit larger field. Yesterday in qualifying, we only had a single STC class car. That's a Sprint Trophy Cayman for our Cayman GT4 Club Sport and GT4 RS Club Sport. And Connor Hare is your leader there. He's got now about 16 seconds on Peter Havestad with Tom Kerr and Doug Lawson, but I don't believe Havestad, Kerr, or Lawson were out for qualifying yesterday. No, Havestad ran in the night race yesterday, where he did quite well, but I think we only had one STC car yesterday afternoon in qualifying, whereas we've got 15 of the STG racers here today. And Brian, I think I wanted to mention, we talked a little bit about Griffin Fuji yesterday in the 270 machine. That I think we had made mention that he had been involved with a substantial incident at the National Park Speed at Road America last Labor Day, and I think we mentioned it during the Circuit of the Americas race as well. He did come up to us last night and give us a little bit of basically tell us that he was not the driver behind the wheel, right?
Yeah, no, again, inadvertently, talked about that. Like you said, at COTA last year in November, and then yesterday during qualifying. So, thank you to Griffin for coming up, letting us know he was not in the car. That was not him. So we apologize. It was we've got a car backwards. Well, we got a car backwards over there. Is that the Bob Mueller machine? It looks like the back end of his.
That's just
but it's
what
hard
I was
to say.
Thinking that might be Mueller. The last time we saw the car, though, and I'm looking for where he is in the order here. Yeah, matter of fact, I think that is Bob Mueller as he's dropping down through the order. Now showing 44th in his 2017 GT3R, the GTA 3 class machine, and that is given that turn there over, going through turn. That's coming out of, I was gonna say that's coming through Collier, and then it straightens up, real bad spot, and he found a good gap, and hopefully we probably have a spotter watching our feed to tell him when to go around. Don't tell the spotter he's 3 seconds behind, and he's now back underway.
That's really a shame, because he was turning in some great lap times yesterday.
Well, Bob Mueller didn't go out for qualifying yesterday, right? We didn't see him in qualifying. So he basically started as we got one car going really wide, kind of going in the dirt there.
Well, and you can tell all the cars that go in the dirt there, because the one thing that's missing is the grass in that section. That might be the preferred line. I don't think that's the preferred line for PCA racers, but we know another organization that we'll use
the red clay.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's not NASCAR.
No, and it starts with an M. But anyway. All right, but good fight here, right up towards this is, Brian, is this looking to see where this is in the field. Those are, is that up right at the, that's not the lead there with Gruber, Robichaux, and Siegel.
No, that's
No,
not
it's a
them.
little
That's
bit further.
bit,
It's a little
yeah.
further back in the field.
And Robichaux had dropped all the way back. So at the beginning of this race was leading and then dropped all the way back into the 5th position overall. Again, was still leading that GTA 4 class, but fell all the way back to 5th and now has worked his way back up into 2nd overall. So whatever happened at one of those turns enabled him to drop all the way back, has really been able to overcome that within the last 3 or 4 laps and move back up to 2nd. There's Robichaux there. There's Matthew Siegel in the says green, but it's not. It's a gray. It's kind of a gray in that 267. So Robichaux right there going through, and then Matthew Siegel.
And Brian, you know, as I'm looking through the field here, such tight, close racing, whether it be in STG. And again, things have been stretching out at the front of the field as I think Siegel, Hansen, and Gafarov, have crossed the line in about 10 seconds separating them and Michael Avidas. But as we walk through some of these other classes, in GTC 8 in particular, Matt Holcomb, he's got only about 2.5 seconds now on Joseph Viola and Anthony Yesick, a couple tenths back from there. I'll try and track them down. I think, trying to track them. I think they're actually coming up towards turn 10 now, but we'll verify that in a moment. Yeah, I think. Oh, nope, that isn't it. We'll knock them out when they come down into onto the front straight here. But even through the back, some of the fields, the GTC 7 class, Bayless Stanko, should mention, once again today with a great run. He's got almost 18 seconds on Corey Lipka to lead the field there. But a little bit further back in the pack, Brad Ward and Scott Rowbottom with a great battle in their 2019 Cup cars, as we've got about 5 minutes remaining on the clock.
Yeah, drivers and cars starting to get a little bit spread out within class. Where we're seeing these battles, Greg, are battles amongst the classes, right? So it's getting to the point where the classes are starting to open up overall a little bit further back in those classes. You've got some side-by-side action or nose-to-tail action, but where we're seeing some of these is more of an out-of-class battle right now on the racetrack. So things starting to spread out here quite a bit, although there is still a lot of action and racing going on. It's just not for within those classes.
All right, I think we have likely now coming into turn 3, Joseph Viola and Anthony Yesick. That is a battle in GTC 8. And the battle for second. And Viola in the black, red, so it's not in that group. I have it down as black, red, and white, and then the black, white, and orange machine.
Yeah, Viola changing his colors this year. I'm looking for the blue and the yellow, and it's completely done. So, not sure where Joseph is now.
And if we could pick, he should be just ahead of, or just behind Jens Hattensen, who's running up in, I think, the top 3 in the STG class. He's in a brown Cup car, which should be really easy to pick out on our cameras.
Got a waving yellow right here.
Got a local caution over turn 3, and we had getting word we had 2 cars get together coming through 3 just past our camera. It's the 277 of Tom Burke and the 212 of Russell Faring. So both in our Sprint Trophy Cup car class. They were running 24th and 25th at the time overall, and getting word now that they have continued. They were running 8th and 9th in STG at the time of the incident.
Bob
And
Mueller
Brian, now
back on course there too, Greg.
Yeah, I was just going to say that Mueller got that car back underway after sitting trackside for a few laps. But much like the last race, Mark, as we're listening to our corner workers, our flaggers, to advise race control what they're seeing on track, we're starting to see now, it's almost like the witching hour here with 2 minutes remaining, that maybe those tires are starting to go away, or the brain is going away.
But we're down in the last couple of minutes of the race, and the tension goes up as you try and pick your last spot if you can. And as you just said, tire degradation, little tension, it all comes together at a point. And that's across every racing scenario you can find.
The witching hour, where wins become losses become wins, and wins become losses.
That's right. We should have used that last night for the night race.
Yes, we should have. That's exactly what happened.
Exactly.
I remember a Sebring just a couple of years ago that finished at night over here, and 963s taken into turn 2, and it was crazy. Cadillacs and Porsches in all different directions.
You're supposed to say Cadillacs and Porsches. Oh my!
Oh my!
Exactly.
Well, that's really what it was. It
That's
was
right.
like, oh my God!
Didn't see anybody fly out of that big kitty litter dust with a broomstick last night.
No,
So
we
they
missed that.
may have used the broomsticks to clean it all up, but no one flew out of the clouds like that. All right, as things are winding down, less than a minute remaining on the clock, and I want to track our overall leader, which is Thomas Gruber in his GTA 3 class car, and I believe he's coming out of the final corner now. Oh, we've got a local caution now going into the Sunset Bend, and
it's Gruber.
All right, well, Brian, it looks like it makes sense. The clock has not expired as our leaders cross by the start-finish line. 1 lap remaining.
Yep.
You can see the starter. He's holding out that index finger, letting everybody going by know that they've got 1 final lap, and it is Gruber with an advance. He's our GTA 3 leader, overall leader. Rene Robichaux in the GT4 class, about 4 seconds behind Matt Siegel. Is our Sprint Trophy 911 Cup class leader right now, the number 267 machine running 3rd. And then we move over to our GTC 8 leader, Matt Holcomb, who is running in 4th.
Well, there's Robichaux, and there is Siegel. So Gruber was right there in front, that black one going out of your picture right there. But there's a big, heavy battle, again, not for class, but Robichaux and Siegel showing the lights, flashing the lights to the slower cars coming up on them, saying that, hey, we are battling. We need to get out in front of you here. Don't hold us up. And so Gruber also doing the same thing.
Yeah, indeed. So that Robichaux in the 91, the first of the green cars, the green and black, and then Siegel, who is in Sprint Trophy. He's got the bright yellow mirrors. He's in the second green car as they came out of turn 13, the tower turn onto the Flying Fortress straight. And again, this is the battle for second overall. Tom Gruber, our overall leader, about 4 seconds up the road. And he should be coming down. There you go. First car in the line. Thomas Gruber in the number 991 GTA 3 machine as he comes through the Sunset Bend for the very last time in this race, Brian, because they're going to be racing again today at 4 o'clock this afternoon. And checkered flag is out for Thomas Gruber. He's going to take the win in GTA 3. And now splitting some of these cars coming out of the final quarter. Rene Robichaux, he crosses the line and will finish second overall. Matthew Siegel, 6/10 back from there. Robichaux winning GTA 4. Matt Siegel winning the STG class with Matt Holcomb. Another Matt will finish in 4th. He takes the win in GTC 8. Jens Hansen in the brown, it was brown, the brown number 244 STG machine. He'll finish in 5th. Second in STG, Anthony Yesick will finish 6th overall, second in GTC 8. And then we got Kevin Roush, takes the win in GTA 2 today. He'll finish 7th overall. Belastenko will take the win in GTC 7, finishing 8th overall. And then Musafar Kafarov will finish 3rd today in the Sprint Trophy in the STG, with Topher Everett taking the win in GTA 4. Let's try and break these things down by class if we can. Let's take a look at STG, where it was Siegel, Hansen, Gafurov, that's your top 3. Michael Avitas will finish in 4th, with Jeffrey Isringhausen rounding out the top 5 in a 15-car field. In STC, Sprint Trophy for our Caymans, Connor Hare, what a stomping, takes the win over Peter Habestad, almost 20 seconds separating first and second. Tom Kerr will finish in 3rd, with Doug Lawson finishing in 4th. In GTC 8, it's Matt Holcomb and Anthony Yesick. Then Colin Masola will take the bronze. He finishes in 3rd, with Keith Jessick finishing in 4th. Stephen DiPaolo, and we had a couple of DiPaolo bands here, I believe. Let's take a look. We had the Honorable Aaron Green. That is a long handle on YouTube. Honorable Aaron Green in the chat. And we also had Donna DiPaolo, and that's Steven's brother, in the chat. Wanted to thank you all for watching here today. And that rounds out the top 5 in GTC 8. In GTA 2, Kevin Roush will take the win over Jean Audet. In GT4, Rene Robichaux taking the win. Topher Everett finishing 2nd. Cliff Kayer coming home in 3rd, with Sean Mackay and Wayne Ducote rounding out the top 5 in a 7-car field. In GTC 7, we told you about Belastenko taking the win by 17 seconds over Corey Lipka, who comes home with the silver. Dwayne Moses comes home 3rd, with Brad Ward and Angelo D'Amico rounding out your top 5 in an 8-car field. And then finally in GTA 3, Thomas Gruber taking the win over Jeffrey Isringhausen, with Bob Mueller finishing 3 laps down.
Wow.
Mark, do we need to make a call to the grid for our solo
Actually,
drivers?
No, we take a big lunch break.
Oh,
finally,
yeah, actually, we do.
The only thing we'd like to do is maybe give a shout out to all the folks that are doing the autocross down on the skid pad. Steve and Dottie Kidd do a wonderful job down there.
Exactly. Lots going on here at a Porsche Club of America race weekend. It's not just the club racing, but we've got our driver's ed events here on the main Sebring course, then out on that skid pad, the autocross or solo component as well. Lots of ways for PCA racers and PCA and Porsche owners and lovers to get involved with PCA Club Racing. All right, so that's going to wrap up our morning coverage here from the 48 hours at Sebring, presented by Champion Porsche. But we got a lot more action for you this afternoon, starting at 2:30 p.m. Eastern time. We've got 3 more sprint races for you to round out the day. And then make sure to join us tomorrow morning, starting at 9:20 a.m., where we've got our 2 90-minute endurance races. So for Brian Donati, for Mark Johnson, I'm Greg Ginsburg. We'll be back at 2:30. We'll see you then.
A household name in U.S. road racing for nearly 25 years, Toyo Tires has forged a reputation for winning, performance, and consistency. From the company's legendary Proxys RA1 to the 2-groove Proxys RR, they have a history of getting drivers to the winner's circle. Their quality and performance extends beyond the track, offering owners a full line of premium tires for coupes to Cayennes. They are proud to build many of the tires right here in the United States at their state-of-the-art factory in Bartow County, Georgia. We thank them for their support of Porsche Club of America through club racing and the high-performance driver education program. Be sure to check out their contingency program if you race SP1 or Spec Boxster. To learn more about the full line of Toyo tires, visit www.toyotires.com.
Stable Energies takes pride in offering racers the very best in motorsport performance and safety equipment since 1978. Owner Bob Kikasik has been a PCA member for over 35 years and started club racing with PCA during its very first season. Located in northern New Jersey, Stable Energies stocks a wide variety of racing gear and motorsport products from top-quality brands like O&P, Alpine Stars, Bell, Hans, Schroth, Paget, and Bray Kraus. Stable Energies is a master distributor for Recaro and the U.S. importer for safety devices roll cages, as well as the Eastern U.S. distributor for RSS Porsche Performance parts. You can shop with Stable Energies on their website, stableenergies.com. You can call and speak to a knowledgeable salesperson. They're happy to answer any of your questions. Or you can have one-on-one personal attention at their retail location just 10 minutes from New York City. PCA members receive special deals, so be sure to mention PCA Club Racing. Whether your fire system needs to be serviced, you need advice about a new race seater radio system, or you want to try on the coolest looking new driver suits, Stable Energies has yet covered.
Motion Control Suspension, or MCS, has proven to be the evolution of premium motorsports damper systems. Their team is continuously developing and refining damper technology that is vastly different from other manufacturers, developed through hands-on involvement in GT and touring car racing. While their roots are in the highest levels of professional sports car racing, their products excel in all environments, from enthusiastic street driving to autocross track days to club racing and far beyond. MCS is much more than just a great product. They have many years of practical racing experience both on and off the track, extensive knowledge of vehicle dynamics, and an understanding of driver expectations and needs. MCS is proud to be a sponsor of Porsche Club Racing and invites you to lean on their expertise for setup support and consultation.
Welcome back to the 33rd annual 48 Hours at Sebring, presented by Champion Porsche, along with our host regions, the Suncoast and Gold Coast regions of the Porsche Club of America. I'm Greg Ginsburg, along with Mark Johnson and Brian Donati. Hope you all had a great lunch. I know the three of us did. And it is time for 3 more races this afternoon here from Sebring International Raceway. We had this group out earlier today, and it was an amazing race, especially in that Spec Boxster class. And as they take to the track for their pace lap, let's run down the starting order. Much like this morning, we've got a split start with 2 different groups. And we're going to start off, actually, with our Spec Boxsters who are going to be in that rear guard. And starting on pole today, driving the number 171 Boxster, our winner from earlier today, it's Rob Walker, with Lawson Wilder starting second, and he's in the number 16 machine. Row number 2 of the Spec Boxsters is Sean O'Brien, and he'll be joined by Dan Rubel, with Sam Halabi starting in 5th position alongside Stephen Ryan, with Mark Caroluzzi and Chris Taylor. Then on the next row, Kurt Leda and John Burke, Stan Wegner and Chris Pashley, and then winding out the 13-car field, it's Thomas Winkowski. Let's move over to our first group, now made up of 20 drivers, where David Hodges in his Spec 997 2009 vintage car will start on the front row and on the pole. Walker Jessic, also in the Spec 997 class, will start right alongside Mr. Hodges. Dwayne Moses will start third. He is our pole sitter in the 911 Cup class, while John Patton is in the G class. He's your pole sitter there. He is driving the number 2 machine, and he's in a 2002 Porsche Boxster S. Dominic Belvedere will start 5th today. He's our sole Spec Cayman racer, and he'll start along the G classes Doug Crossman. Doug's in the number 92 machine, starting 6th. Starting 7th tonight, Greg Rochick in the number 320 SP3 class Porsche 944 S2. And then starting in 8th alongside Greg is Mary Schindler. Mary is in the G class. She's driving the number 992 Porsche 2003 Porsche Boxster S. Then we got David Nissenbaum in the G class. He's driving the number 06 machine with Gary Stanberry back over in SP3. He's driving the number 968 entry, and wouldn't you know it, it's a 1994 Porsche 968. Jordan Simon is going to start 11th today. He is in the number 54 machine with Richard Bennett starting 12th in the number 83 car, our sole racer in the F class. Then we've got Ben Wallace. Ben is starting 2nd in 911 Cup, 13th overall. He's in the 666 machine with Mark Webber starting 14th. Mark's in the 661 SP3 class car alongside, and then on the next row, Robert Boxell, who's going to start 15th inside of row number 8, the 323 SP3 machine. Gene Raimondi, our sole ME1 racer, starting 16th in the number 78 car. Then we got Fred Beasley rounding out the 911 Cup field. Fred's driving the 129 machine, and he starts 17th. Greg Lee will start 18th, and he is in the number 30 SP1 entry, with Tim Pruitt also in SP1 starting on the inside of row number 10. And rounding out the field, Albert Salvador driving his SP1 entry, the number 55 car, starts 20th, as the pace car now bringing the field onto the Ullman Straight. When they come through the Sunset Bend, we'll be racing once again here at Sebring. Lights are out on the pace car, and Brian, that tells me he's going to be coming into the pit lane this time. And as I was reading down the grid, Brian, you saw something very important there at the front row of this group.
Yeah, I'm not seeing Weston Jessic on the front row, as you were mentioning, unless I missed what you had said. But I see him back a little bit further. I actually see him in second, right behind David Hodges. So probably a little bit further back. Not sure if they looked at it from time, or did he get a penalty in that first race, but he has definitely dropped back.
All right, pace car on the pit lane, and starter waves the green flag. We're racing once again here, and also once again, Brian, the field going out 3 wide as Dwayne Moses gets a great jump in his 911 Cup car, 1987 Porsche 911. Dominic Belvedere in the silver Cayman, jumping up as well, our sole spec Cayman racer. And then Dominic Belvedere in the 556 Cayman S as well. Look at that side by side as they come into turn number 3. Then we've got looks like the dark blue, was it that the blue or the black machine of Dwayne Moses, I think, now slotting back into third as they came through as our spec Boxster racers now on the front straight, and green flag for them as our pole sitter looking to make another great run today. He had almost, I think like 8 seconds on the rest of the field this morning, Brian. Rob Walker leads the spec Boxster field down into turn 1.
Yeah, if starts opening up just a little bit, the driver that's really going to get shuffled out there is going to be Lawson Wilder. He's going to move all the way back now, I believe, into that third position. He went really, really wide trying to go down into turn number 1. Wasn't able to make that stick, had to find a place to get back in, and it looks like he's going to pull in right back behind Sean O'Brien in that 441. So O'Brien moving up a spot there as well, or holding on to that spot, I should say, as Wilder tried to go around the outside and not able to make that stick.
You know, guys, this is going to be a little bit different race than we saw this morning. First of all, the track is dry. And secondly, while they're going fast, it's not as crazy as it was with all the wetness.
Well, and we can see there already a couple drivers coming a little deep down into the hairpin for the very first time, maybe not judging it, maybe thinking they could go a little bit deeper now that the track isn't wet, and just misreading it and going that far. As we go back to our lead group, Brian, with Spec 997s, the G-Class drivers, the SP3 drivers as well, as they come through the Le Mans chicane over at 15. And look at this advantage that David Hodges has on the rest of the field. He's your SP Spec 997 leader, and your next Spec 997 racer, Brian, looking to see where it is. It might be Weston Jessic, who, as you mentioned, so far back in the field, I think in somewhere close to 20th when they started this race.
He's already moved up a couple spots, so as you can see, coming through 17.
Yeah, he's all the way up to 10th right now overall. But in, obviously second in that 997 class. But I tell you what, definitely did not start on the front.
Down the front straight too, Brian.
Yeah. So I'm wondering,
a little bit more speed to get through these guys in front of him. That'll help.
We'll be curious to find out, did he receive a penalty? Because remember, he was, finished first and second with Hodges and himself in the very first race. So was there a penalty that moved him back? Or was he late to the grid?
I think given that he started at dead last in that first group, I'm guessing that he probably showed up a little late to the grid, and they held that car until the very end of the first group. And he's trying to make up for lost time, as Mark said, all the way up to 10th at the end of the first lap, and we saw him flashing the lights. It wasn't for safety. Well, maybe not.
Maybe
for
it
him,
was.
But for
Maybe it was
everybody
safety.
else.
It was safety for the car in front of him to let him know, hey, I'm coming through.
Move over, I'm coming through.
And I'm not gonna give that story. There he is. That story that I always tell about that race at VIR, where I had somebody starting 103rd come up and tell me that he'd be coming through, and when I started 15th. But yeah, you can see the Jessic car just picking his way through traffic here on the northern part of the race course as they come onto the Flying Fortress straight. Hodges and Moses, your two leaders, and I think we've seen David Hodges start to walk away from the rest of the field. I'd love to see at the end of the first lap, things were just so close in the G class. Between Doug Crossman, who was running third, and David Nissenbaum, there was the one spec Cayman of Belvedere sitting between them. But we'll see how this plays out at the end of this lap. They're actually coming up to us now, and that's Belvedere in the silver. I think in the silver Cayman. The white Boxster is Nissenbaum, and then right behind him is that Jessic machine.
Yeah, Jessic just now getting around Ryan McGrath in that 77. I think Ryan kind of let him go there as they went down the Ullman Straight. Knows better not to try to run him down or race him down into turn number 17. Yeah. Thought better of it. Got out a little bit out of the throttle there. Let Jessic go by knowing that he's a little bit faster. And a pretty aggressive move there coming out of turn 1 by Jessic. Yeah. So he's making that move, Greg.
Yeah, well, and just ahead. And this is something now, this is not a battle in class, but the two actually one's black, one's blue. David Hodges and Dwayne Moses. Hodges in the 997 chassis, the 2009 chassis, and then the much older 1987 chassis of Dwayne Moses. They were door to door going through turn 1, and it looked like Hodges had the advantage as they came through turn 3, still with the advantage now under braking going into the hairpin. Of course, they're going to have to be watching for that Jessic car right behind as Dominic Belvedere gives up a position. Belvedere, who had until about 10 seconds ago had been running 4th overall. Again, our sole spec Cayman racer. He now drops back to 5th overall. And right behind that spec Cayman, it is Nissenbaum and Ryan McGrath. And again, not a battle in class. Nissenbaum in the G class, McGrath your leader in H.
Well, those two cars right there, it looks like that is the 37 of Moses and the 92 of Crossman. Looks like Hodges has broken out to about almost 11 seconds over those two cars, right? Obviously, Dwayne Moses in the 911 Cup, Crossman in the G, leading that group over Nissenbaum. But yeah, you're right. Weston Jessic is definitely putting some laps down here early on in this race. He's almost 4 to 5 seconds. Yeah, almost 4.5, 5 seconds faster than, our second place through 5th place. The driver he's trying to run down is that David Hodges, who's opened up that lead, and right now Hodges is a little bit faster that last time by. We'll see as Jessic now goes by Moses and Crossman. We'll see what the difference is in the gap between Hodges and Jessic.
We did have some contact, but we don't know what corner it was.
Yeah. All right, so we know that there's been an incident on course involving the 771 car. The one thing that we have, and that's Dan Rubel, and the 140 and the 145 machine also involved. The one thing that we did not get from the corner worker was where on course it was. so we'll try and track that down. But Brian, it's interesting as as we talk about Jessic trying to chase down David Hodges, and Jessic now up to 2nd overall. So he has passed now 18 cars in the span of 3 laps, and he has been lapping about 1.5 seconds off of David Hodges' pace. The difference is, there you go, Jessic now, for the first time, has some clear track ahead of him. He was having to toss that beautiful 997 chassis between cars, around cars, underneath cars, flying over cars, and we'll see how much pace he can pick up. Unfortunately, I do have the qualifying times. In qualifying, to put things in perspective, David Hodges' pole time, a 2-minute 22.649, and Walter Jessic, a 2:22.657. So we're talking about 8 1/1000ths of a second that separated those two racers in qualifying trim.
Well, Hodges definitely going faster than his qualifying times right now. Last time by just went 2:22.139. So definitely under that. So that car is definitely hooked up early on in this race. There goes the Lawson Wilder car, having a little bit of an issue getting through there with that right rear. But yeah, I mean, Jessic and Hodges definitely the class of this group. But definitely Weston Jessic, I kept saying Walter earlier, Weston Jessic trying to really close that gap now that he's got some open track.
There he is.
Yeah, and a lot of open tracks. He just passes on the front straight here. Gonna try to check in, and it's, I think, gonna be a moment here before they pass us by. the battle for the lead in the SP1 class. The SP1 class made up of our Porsche 944s. We've got Tim Pruitt in the blue and orange 944. We'll see if we can pick that up in just a moment. And then Greg Lee driving the number 30. He is in the orange 944, which I think looks a little bit more red-ish. And as we pick them up, last time they crossed the stripe, about 3 car lengths separating them. And here they come into our view right about now. As Pruitt runs a little bit wide, coming through the Le Mans chicane onto the Ullman Straight. Greg Lee turns in just a little bit later, trying to maybe undercut that Gulf liveried 329 machine. And as they come down the Ullman Straight with some faster traffic coming up behind them, they are too wide going in the sunset. And oh wow, that's going to be difficult there as Pruitt cuts down into the apex with another faster car trying to come underneath them. They all get through cleanly, however.
That may be Chris Taylor, it looks like, is trying to get underneath them as quickly as possible there. Looks like him. I'm not sure if that's either, that is definitely Chris Taylor in that 68 machine. Trying to get by both of them, and you can see where the gap is, as now it looks like Tim Pruitt may have gone a little bit, or not Pruitt, Greg Lee went a little bit wide there going in one, and now Pruitt's going to close the gap back on there. So where Greg Lee in that 30 machine was able to open it up, it looks like Tim Pruitt was able to close that gap by that mistake going in down into turn 1.
All right, so, and there you go. So Greg Lee now in the orange car, getting around under braking, going into 3. Nice pass there, and nice action. Let's see if Tim Pruitt can return the favor, coming down under braking into turn 7, into the hairpin as they come underneath the Advent Bridge. Now, if only our camera was healthy. There we go. And it looks like Tim Pruitt now taking that lead in SP1 and opening up that advantage just a little bit here. We'll see if he can hold it when they get to a straight line.
We got one car really, really slow off as they went by there, Greg. Looks like going to pull off back in there and kind of park it off of the racing surface. So we'll see. Looks like he's going to try to get through the gate right there, but definitely was coming through there really, really slow as Pruitt and Lee were starting to go by.
All right, and the local caution now has been withdrawn. Let's go on board. This is the 475 machine that we are watching right now. That is Ariel German in a 2005 Boxster S, racing here in the G class, and he is currently 2nd in G. And we watched this fight yesterday, Brian, in the night when it got dark, and we had almost the entire G class field within about a half second of one another at one point. German now, he does have David Nissenbaum behind, but almost 5 seconds back. German, who just now dispatches with the red 944 of Greg Rochik. He's still got to find himself about 2.5 seconds, a little bit further up the road. There is is Doug Crossman, as we saw, who's running 4th overall in that gray 964. Currently your leader as we watch him come out of 13.
Yeah, German, we saw, as you mentioned, Greg, we saw him last night on that onboard camera shot. And, it is a difference when it's during the day as he kind of gets underneath. I believe, is that the 37 that he just went by there of Dwayne Moses?
Dwayne Moses, I believe so.
Wow, that's picking up a lot of speed right there if he's just now going by the 37 of Moses. Moses sitting in 5th overall, so wonder if he's got some type of an issue as well, because Ariel German was back in 8th overall the last time by, so we'll see where he's going to move up.
All right.
While we were talking there a little while ago about the Boxsters, Jezik has turned in the fastest lap of his day at 2:19.9. and he's picked up, now he's down to a 10-second gap behind Hodges.
All right, and so indeed, German gets around Dwayne Moses. Ryan McGrath, H-Class 997, directly ahead, and a little bit ahead, and then it's Doug Crossman, our leader in G, as we go on board now with our Spec Boxster leader, Rob Walker, and he is once again putting on a show. I mean, he's got now 2.5 seconds on Sean O'Brien, and things in Spec Boxster. I mean, we always expect really close, tight racing, Mark, but that advantage that Walker has is probably the smallest advantage. O'Brien now opening up almost 16 seconds on Lawson Wilder.
Yeah, when we saw Lawson.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, when we saw Lawson Wilder last one, he was on camera. Sorry, Mark. You know, he was having that problem trying to get through the hairpin right there out of turn number 7 and up into turn 8. So I think the last couple of laps you've seen were a potential of overdriving, trying to make as much as you can. And we've both said this many times, or all three of us have said this pretty much all week long. You can't overdrive this racetrack. You almost have to back up every single corner to help you go faster.
All right, well, Brian, we are just past halfway in this 30-minute race, second sprint race of the day for our green group. Let's make a call to the grid for our next group, our yellow group.
Yellow racers, attention in the paddock. This is your first call to grid for the championship points race, sprint 2, and trophy race.
All right, and with that, gentlemen, let's take a quick break. Thank some partners and sponsors. When we come back, we'll take you to the checkered flag here in this sprint race presented by Toyo Tires. Stay with us.
Join hundreds of PCA members on the 4th annual Treffin at Sea and the 5th event cruise with Princess Cruises, Saturday, September 19th through Friday, September 25th. The cruise sails from Vancouver, Canada down to Los Angeles with stops in San Francisco and Santa Barbara. There will be special entertainment, Porsche celebrity appearances, seminars, competitions, dinners, and the highly anticipated Porsche Diecast Concourse at Sea. To learn more and register, visit PCA.org and click on the Events tab.
SpeedCon Communications is the world leader in racing radio electronics. Created by racers for racers, only SpeedCon has first-hand experience in understanding the needs of competitors behind the wheel or in the pits. We offer motorsports radio and communication systems, as well as a related line of high-performance products and accessories in all facets of the motorsports industry. Our Daytona Beach headquarters in the World Center of Racing pairs with our Barcelona hub to distribute SpeedCom solutions to series and competitors around the world. Visit us at speedcomracing.com today.
Porsche Club of America welcomes all Porsche Club's owners and enthusiasts to join us at the 10th Annual Works Reunion Amelia Island, March 6th. That's the Friday preceding the Amelia Island Concours d'Elegance. We invite you to come to the Amelia River Club to see a breathtaking array of Porsches, from rare to current models and everything in between. This year, we'll be celebrating the 50th anniversary of the 924, as well as the introduction of transaxle Porsches. PCA created Works Reunion as an event to celebrate both the Porsche mark and the camaraderie of being an enthusiast. This is not a contest of who has removed the most dust from the deepest crevices in their Porsche, but rather a judged show that rewards a Porsche that has been lovingly maintained and presents itself well in the field. Our judges do not use Porsche Parade Concours score sheets, but rather rank the cars according to certain attributes discussed prior to judging. This is a casual gathering of Porsche enthusiasts focused on having fun rather than solely competition. To learn more and register, please visit worksreunion.com.
Suncoast Porsche is the Greater Tampa Bay area's home of legalized adrenaline. Our Sarasota dealership is not just a place to find your next Porsche. With our commitment to exceptional customer service and car shopping made easy, our Suncoast Porsche Parts and Accessories brand offers a selection of the latest and greatest parts available for your modern or classic Porsche. Whether you're looking to personalize, upgrade, or repair your car, we offer both original Porsche parts and aftermarket options at great pricing. Visit us today at suncoastporsche.com to learn more.
Is the 33rd annual 48 Hours at Sebring presented by Champion Porsche. I'm Greg Ginsburg along with Brian Donati and Mark Johnson. And with 10 minutes left in this second green group race, Brian, we've been watching the gaps between Hodges and Jessic. Jessic, who had to start 20 cars deep in the field, made his way up to second after just 4 laps. And he is, well, the last time around, almost a second off of Hodges' pace after having turned in a fast lap that was almost a second and a half faster. But he may have very well, we saw him how he was pitching that 997 around, just trying to get through all that traffic. He may have unintentionally burned the tires down on that car.
Well, I don't know about unintentionally, but
well, it was I guess either that or stay back in 15th position.
Well,
running on the edge.
Yeah, absolutely. You're right there, Mark.
All right, so at the moment, Hodges with a 9.3 second advantage. And if we try to put that in perspective, Dominic Belvedere, who's been holding steady at 3rd overall and our sole racer in Spec Cayman, he's 30 seconds back. And that's going to be a very popular part of the track there, Brian, coming out of turn 10, as we have another car. And actually, I guess that's more like turn 8.
Oh. And now we got Ariel German over on the dirt, trying to get through there. I think he just, completely just did a Daniel Rubel, right? We could say that. Just never made the turn and just, was able to keep it straight, which was good, but just did not make the entrance into the corner.
All right, I'm trying to believe that was Albert Salvador in the no, that wasn't a 911.
No,
and the car that had stopped before we went over to Ari German.
I wonder if that's John Burke. Is that John Burke in the 189 in that silver Boxster, maybe?
Possibly. The number that we had come in sounded like 555, but we'll catch this. Meanwhile, Ari German, it may just be the placement of the camera, looked like he was still 2 wheels off of the dirt as he was coming onto the back straight there. We did notice also, just as we were coming back from break, our sole GT5 entry, Brian Berry, in the yellow number 17 1973 vintage 911, brought his car down the pit lane. He was off pace for the last lap or so, well, if it's gonna break, if it's gonna let you down, at least do it in the second race of the day, and that way he gets the rest of the race weekend in. But beautiful chassis there, those early 70s 911s. As we go and rejoin now. Was that Bennett in the silver Boxster? No,
Richard Bennett, 83.
Yeah, I think it's actually Bennett and then Gary Stanberry in the blue, white, and red 911 back behind.
Yeah, Stanberry right there. So
yeah,
this is I think this is his 3rd race of the day. I think he's also in our yellow group as well. Yeah, Iron Man of the weekend. And right again, as we were coming back from break and we were talking about the one, I was watching Stanberry come through one of the turns, and he is putting everything he can on that left and that right rear going through these turns. He is getting the most out of that car, and that car is just so unstable. Oh, there we got Daniel Rubel again getting cut off there. I believe that is going to be for position, maybe, or was that John Burke that may have gone ahead of him? Not sure. We'll have to see which car that is. Right there with the orange nose. That looked like it's not the 588. It's not Thomas there because it's a red. It's listed as a red car. That's not red.
No, and that one perhaps. The wine-colored car a little bit further back. Meanwhile, just heard Ben Wallace in the 666 911 Cup class car had some challenges down at turn 1, spun the car there, did a nice 360, and with all the concrete there, concrete pavement as opposed to the concrete barriers, he was able to continue.
A lot of these cars now, as this race is really winding down here, and again, their second race, Craig, I'm wondering, a lot of this tire, Mark and I were talking about it earlier on, this tire degradation, these tires are really starting to go away if they're using them for both of these races this afternoon, this morning and then this afternoon. These cars are a bit of a handful with 4.5 minutes left to go.
And as we're watching here, the Spec Boxster race, Brian, we saw there with Rob Walker coming through the Le Mans chicane, just absolutely loading up that left rear tire, and it looked like the car was putting up a little bit of an argument there, whereas some of the machines right behind, and Sean O'Brien, still a number of car lengths behind, looked much smoother through there, but that's also a difference when you're now 6 seconds back from the class leader, as Rob Walker leads the field. And I want to thank a bunch of folks for listening here in the chat and watching here in the chat. Of course, we've got James Stanberry saying that we've got the Iron Man Stanberry behind the wheel. Big surprise there, and welcome and thanks for joining us. Joe Vassallo as well as Guile the Car Guy, talking about Ari German going aggro racing. I think that has a nice little ring to it. I'll bet you Ari doesn't think so, however.
You were talking earlier about tire degradation. That could be something that Weston Jesic's facing right now.
Yeah.
He had dropped as low as under 9 seconds and kind of popped back up over after making a heroic drive, as Greg was talking about earlier in the race.
Yeah, and at this point, we are seeing Jessic lap faster than David Hodges, and at least on the prior lap. And let's see where they are right now. And actually, the last 2 laps, Weston Jessic has been lapping a couple tenths up, a couple tenths faster than David Hodges. The difference is, though, Hodges has about 9 seconds advantage, and he can, you don't want to get complacent. You don't want to lose your focus, but he can dial it back just a little bit with only 3 minutes remaining. At this point, that 9 seconds is a ton of time to have in the bank.
This is the second call and final call for the Yellow Run Group. To the grid, please. Yellow Run Group to the grid for Sprint 2.
All right, let's go quickly break things down by class. In G, it is Doug Crossman with a 4-second advantage over Ari German, and I think Ari might have lost almost all those 4 seconds on that off-road excursion. David Nissenbaum sitting back a distant third. In SP1, it is Greg Lee who got that lead over Tim Pruitt and never looked back. Almost 13 seconds is the advantage that Greg Lee holds over Tim Pruitt. Albert Salvador running in third. In Spec Boxster, it's Rob Walker, who just now crosses the start and finish line, and he's got 9 seconds on Sean O'Brien. Lawson Wilder yet to complete lap number 11, with Stephen Ryan running fourth, Greg Pashley back from there.
Yeah, we talked about this a couple minutes ago, and I tell you what, there's a few of these drivers that are saying, let's hurry up and let this clock count down, because, the car's really going away. I was just watching McGrath here as he's coming through some of the lap traffic. Again, Ryan McGrath in that H-Class lead. That car just looked very unstable, especially through turn 10 and turn 11 there through Collier. It was like, oh boy, let's get this last minute going here so that I can get this car back into back into the paddock while it still has all 4 tires on it.
and again, watching the chicane over at 15, where you have these very quick transitions, and you can really see where the tires are starting to let drivers down, much like, not so much here at Sunset because the car's just bouncing across the pavement, but how rough that is. And Brian, we've got our starter holding out his index finger, letting racers know that they're working the last lap. And because they're not a sponsor, I'm not going to say which tire company our starter reminds me of right now, but he's got a big white puffy jacket on right now that he didn't have to start the day off. It's starting to get chilly here, and it's not so much the temps, but as we say, it's not the heat, it's the humidity. It's not the cold, it's the humidity.
Well, the humidity isn't getting to Eric Edwards, our starter today. He is a Sebring native, by the way, and been here at the track for over 25 years.
Oh, wow. Well, we'll see. I'm sure he's hoping that we don't get the snow that some of Central Florida right now is getting some flurries. I saw on social media a couple of actually police forces saying that please don't do anything bad this weekend because we don't want to get out of our cars.
Tampa is expecting snow flurries tonight.
That's right.
Absolutely.
All right. Well, we got now final cars coming across the line and starting their last lap. And we expect David Hodges to take the checkered flag. And there he is, comes across the line. David Hodges, he is your winner. Weston Jessic, I said that all Hodges had to do was, just keep his focus, that he had 10 seconds to give. Well, 9 seconds to give on the last lap, Brian, Weston Jessic made up 2.5 seconds on the last lap. He did 2 seconds on the prior lap to cut that lead only to 4.5 seconds at the end, again, after having started 20th in the field. Ryan McGrath is going to come across the line and take the win in the H class. We assume I don't want to count all my frozen chickens before they're hatched. But we'll see McGrath here in just a moment as our final racers are crossing the line. Most of the racers now are those who have been lapped at some point.
I think McGrath's already crossed the line, Greg. I think he was in that battle right in front of them, I believe.
All right, and yeah, so he was actually Ryan McGrath just now. There he is coming across the line. So McGrath's going to take the win in H, with Doug Crossman only a 1/4 second back, taking the win in G. And that advantage that Crossman had over Ariel German with 2 laps to go was also 4.1 seconds. Turned out to be almost 12 seconds at the end. Greg Rochek will take the win in SP3. He's going to finish 6th overall. And then we're taking a look here is John Patton, and I'm looking at David Nissenbaum, and we'll see if he completed lap number 13. So it's Patton who will finish 3rd in G. Then David Nissenbaum finishes just off the podium with Jordan Simon very close behind. Dominic Belvedere, our sole spec Cayman racer who had been running 3rd overall for a very long time, he's going to come home in 10th position overall. All right, so let's take a look here. We'll break things down by class. We've already talked about G with Crossman, German, Patton, your top 3, Nissenbaum, Simon, Schindler. In SP1, Greg Lee stretches his advantage at the line to almost 14 seconds. Greg Lee just now taking the checkered flag. A few moments ago, we'll see Tim Pruitt will finish in 2nd. Albert Salvador, I might add, Salvador had a much better race than he did this morning. He was literally snake bit this morning, dealing with the bad weather. He ran his fastest lap of the race on the last lap, so congratulations to him. And over in Spec Boxster, Rob Walker, Sean O'Brien, Lawson Wilder, your top 3, with Walker finishing on the lead lap. All of our remaining Boxsters a lap board more down. So Sean O'Brien 2nd, Lawson Wilder will round out the top 3. Stephen Ryan and Chris Pashley rounds out the top 5 in a 14-car field. In SP3, Greg Rochek takes the win over Gary Stanberry, with Robert Boxell finishing in 3rd. And then in 911 Cup, it was Ben Wallace with the win, Fred Beasley finishing 2nd, and Dwayne Moses finishing in 3rd. All right, we've just had the 5-minute warning given to our our second race group, our yellow group. They're going to be up next, but before they take to the track, we're going to thank some partners and sponsors We'll be back here in just a few moments with more racing action from Sebring. Please stay with us.
Flat Six Motorsports was built for Porsche enthusiasts by Porsche enthusiasts. Our Sanford-based and online shops are here to help Porsche owners find and access aftermarket parts effectively by offering a customer-focused experience. We take a data-driven approach to performance and strive to offer a wide range of solutions, all with high-quality parts, in-depth product experience, and decades of experience. Flat Six Motorsports is not just a shop. We offer a full suite of in-house testing, engineering, and R&D tools to further improve our clients' solutions. To shop or learn more about our passion for performance, visit us online at Flat6Motorsports, that's the number 6.com.
Wine Country Motorsports is proud to be one of the largest racing safety equipment retailers in the United States and a proud sponsor of the PCA 48 Hours at Sebring. Our 4 stores and mobile showroom have the largest combined inventory and lowest prices on all the best brands in the business. Wine Country Motorsports are racing enthusiasts who pride ourselves on helping our clients make the right gear choices. Visit us at winecountrymotorsports.com for all of your motorsports safety and performance needs.
Get ready for the Rumble. PCA Club Racing will be at Virginia International Raceway March 20th through 22nd for 3 days of racing at the Old Oak Tree. In addition to standard club racing national points, it will also be a points race for the Club Sports Series, the Vintage Series, and the 911 Cup. There will also be a solo HPDE group for those who want to participate in either a street car or in a controlled passing environment. Visit clubregistration.net for more details and to register.
Since 1894, Ameriprise Financial built our business on putting our clients first. We've been named one of Time Magazine's most iconic companies of 2026, and our Ameriprise advisors are here to help you reach your lifelong financial goals with one-to-one personal advice every step of the way. We're here to advise on investment strategies, insurance needs, retirement accounts, banking and cash solutions, and so much more. To discover how an Ameriprise financial advisor can help you, or to learn more about switching your financial services advisor to Ameriprise, visit Ameriprise.com today. Appalachian Race Tire provides trackside support for road racing events in the Southeast United States, as well as daily shipping of Hoosier and Toyo race tires. In the last decade, we've serviced over 500 motorsports events, learning what helps you go faster and win races. Whether you're meeting our trailer at the racetrack or having our tires delivered to your door, you receive our knowledge and experience with every single tire. Contact us today at racetire.com or call us at 865-681-6622.
Welcome back to Sebring International Raceway, the 33rd running of the 48 Hours at Sebring, presented by champion Porsche and both the Gold Coast region and Suncoast regions of the Porsche Club of America. I'm Greg Ginsburg. He's Brian Donati. That right over there to my right is Mark Johnson. And this is our second and final yellow group race of the day. This one presented by Tune RS, Center for Porsche. Let's run down the starting order. Starting on, and by the way, another split start today. And we're going to have two groups. I'll give you the split here in a moment. Let's start off with our front group, starting on pole today. Driving the number 9 GTB1 Cayman, it's Angus Rogers. Starting on the outside of the front row is Ed Dunn, also in the GTB1 class, also in a Porsche Cayman. Then we got Russell Martirana. He is in the GTB1 class in the 726 Cayman, starting alongside our GTB3 pole sitter, Kieran O'Rourke, in a 2009 Cayman S. Then we got Franklin Prey driving the number 777 GTB1 997 chassis with Luis Acevedo in a Cayman in the 344 machine. Then we got Tony Clinton, also in GTB1. He's in a 2010 Cayman S. Starts at 9th with Peter Chong starting 10th in the 722 GTB1 Cayman. And then rounding out our first pack, driving the number 29 GTB1 2014 Cayman S, it's Mathieu Tunwitz, and that is our first group. Let's move over to group number 2, a little bit further back, starting on pole with the number 751 GTD3 Cayman GT4 RS Club Sport. It's Chris Dooley. Rami Farid will start on the outside of the front row. He's driving the number 53 Club Sport. And the number 53 car, I guess that would be like Herbie.
Something like that.
We'll see here.
Red and blue stripes.
Griff Asplundh, who started on the pole earlier today, he's going to start third in this second group. He's driving the number 7 GTD3 Cayman with Steve Lessman starting alongside. And we'll run down most of these for quite a while, are GTD3 cars. Mark Cook is going to start 5th. He's in the 581 Cayman with Nicholas Giguère starting 6th in the 111 car. Then we got David Peterson. He's driving the number 52 car alongside Brent Asplundh. And I want to thank Brent. Brent didn't make qualifying yesterday because, well, he was helping lay his beloved brother Scott to rest, and I want to thank him for coming down. I know it's been a tough weekend for him. Now we move over to Scott Nays, who's starting 10th, and he is in the starting 9th in the number 10 GTD3 Cayman alongside Kevin Sear. Then we got Dominic Lequeux, who is starting 11th, driving the number 31 GT2 class Cayman GT4 RS Club Sport alongside Brad Weber. Back to the GTD3 class. Brad is in the 747 machine. Kurt Kropp will start lucky 13th in the 841 GTD3 entry alongside Jeff Breton, also in GTD3. That is the 808 car. Now we move over to Rob Trollinger, starting alongside Nicole Robichaux. They are starting 15th and 16th. Starting on the inside of row number 8 is William Johnson, starting alongside David Wells. Now, if we move over to row 10, starting 19th, it's Jordan Bortolotti, who's in his Cayman. That is the number 84 machine, alongside Arthur Soltis, driving the number 14 GTD2 Cayman. And then we've got LP Dumoulin starting 21st in the 08 car alongside Bahir Yanni, also in GTD2. In the number 73 machine is the pace car, is on the pit lane. Starter looks over the field, and green flag is in the air, and we're racing here at Sebring. Yet one more time, Chris Dooley, Rami Farid right at the front of the field with Griff Asplundh. We saw what a great start Rami Farid had in race number 1. He's going to be held to the outside by Dooley. Dooley, who spent the majority of our first race sitting back in 3rd position. Some great moves at the very end, just was not quite close enough to get around Farid at the checker.
Yeah, I tell you what, Nicholas Giguère going off right there, coming out of turn number 1. Let's keep an eye on that Griff Asplundh machine. He went off during the pace laps there, Greg, so that's going to take a couple minutes and a couple laps probably to get those tires. They got another car going off down there, kind of cutting the course there. Didn't want to go around the turn.
All right, in our second group now, taking the green flag, Coming down the front straight, this is primarily our GTD3 racers made up of Cayman GT4 Club Sports and GT4 RS Club Sports, led by Chris Dooley, led by Chris Dooley and Rami Farid. Now, as they head down in the turn, or is this the
this is the second group. This is the GTB1.
Ed Dunn. Yeah, Angus Rogers and Ed Dunn in GTB1 with Russell Motorama and Kieran O'Rourke.
Looks like Ed Dunn's going to get the lead there over Angus Rogers. Still not sure what happened to Angus Rogers in that first race today, but it looks like that may have been fixed and corrected. Dropping back a little bit from Ed Dunn as they come down now into the hairpin here. Ed Dunn going to open it up by about a car length and a half. A little bit further back, Franklin Prey and Russell Motorama, they were going to go side by side there for a minute. Actually, that's Luis Acevedo side by side with Franklin Play. So move Russell and that 726 back a spot.
All right, sounds like we may have an issue over at 13 at the tower turn, the number 7 machine.
Griff Asplundh.
Yeah, Griff Asplundh and actually, as you were saying, Brian, I think on the pace lap. And so Asplundh actually, not only does he have to worry about getting the grass off the tires, apparently made some passes on the pace lap. That is usually a no-no. There is no passing in a full course caution. So we're going to let the stewards worry about that. We're going to park that now, get back to the racing.
Yeah, it looks like he went off there, like I said, like you just said, went off in the pace laps and then turned around and went back to his original spot. So he had to make some of those passes on the car. He was scheduled to start third, I believe, and ended up trying to go back into his spot and had to pass at least 2 or 3 cars. So.
As opposed to the time I spun from pole and the pace car driver didn't know what the heck to do and I wouldn't take the position back. All right. All right, let's take a look now here. Coming down into turn 1, Rami Farid, who just set the fastest lap. Well, it was only the first lap. And leads Chris Dooley into turn 3. And now as they make the run down towards turn 10, great run for Farid as he's trying to pick up where he left off just a few hours ago. Dooley in second, Asplundh sitting about a second and a half back. Great fight, though, back behind Asplundh. Mark Cook and Nicholas Giguere just absolutely nose to tail, as a good portion of the field here is. And interesting, a little bit further back in the field, LP Dumoulin, who we talked about, well, we mentioned on the grid, obviously. LP Dumoulin, who started this race, started in 21st position in that first group. Got information that he was a 3-time NASCAR Canada champion. Now, Brendan, is that what was known also as the Pinty Series? Yeah, the Pinty Series. So, I know not not anymore. Now, if they were, so maybe LP Dumoulin is hoping for snow here today. That's all. I'll just leave it at that.
It is nice seeing the cars come around 17 to Brent Asplundh. Griff's father is doing much better this race. I believe he started somewhere on 9th or 10th. He's holding that place, and coming back from the day he had yesterday certainly is a tribute to his enjoyment and passion for club racing.
Good little battle going on here a little bit further back there as they get through. Again, a lot of these cars trying to get back into single file as quickly as they can to utilize some of these turns. I have noticed here within the first couple of laps, a lot of smart, and just as we say that, we're going to have to take one and dive it all the way down into
the way down the inside.
All the way down inside. That may have been Steve Lessman.
Steve Lessman, exactly, who we saw early on in the morning race take those looks to the inside. And I think in this case, we thought maybe he was just, trying to fill up the mirrors of the cars ahead in the morning race. It looks like he feels he's perhaps a little bit out of position right now and looking for a way now to get around Kevin Sear in the 194 machine, the white and orange Porsche Cayman there, who is currently in the GTD 3 spot, running in 6th position. So Lessman, who was running, he was lapping in 4th position, I think, for most of this morning's race, now finding himself in 7th.
Yeah. And I think both Kevin Sear and Lessman in certain parts of it is being held up by that 31 machine, Dominique Lequeux in that GT2 machine. So again, while he's trying to hold on to Nicolas Guerre, again, that's not a battle for position or in class, but I think those two are being held up, not being able to get up to Nicolas Guerre in that number 111.
I need some Dramamine, my friend. All right.
That's that wind blowing those candles all
It
over
is.
the place.
So, the wind has really picked up now. We've got the flag here on the starter stand, or across from the starter stand. You can see it in this shot right by the B on the left side mobile there. It is completely straight and across. The wind is going right down the front straight towards turn 1, but probably running, we say 25 miles an hour thereabouts. Yeah, it's huge.
Which will definitely be a factor as this race goes on with that wind when they're coming out of turn 17, out of that Sunset Bend, Greg, and headed down that front stretch, trying to get the car slowed down to get down into turn 1. So keep an eye on that as not only this race progresses, but when we get to our red group as well. If that wind continues to pick up, that's going to upset and unsettle some of these cars headed down in that turn.
All right, I want to, if we can, we'll work with Jordan on this. We're going to have to do some spotting. We watched this race this morning, GTB1 between Ed Dunn, Angus Rogers, Russell Maturana, and Ed Dunn has moved into the lead. This is and let's not forget Franklin Prey.
Right
there
there
as well. Yeah,
right
there it is, right there.
Turn 1 right now.
The battle of the black Boxsters. Here they all come.
Black Caymans.
Yeah.
They got a slow car in between there, and then you got to throw in Luis Acevedo in that 344. So again, this GTB1 class, and we've seen this all last year, and definitely seeing it again as it comes down to the last couple of minutes within this class, and it's usually with Angus Rogers, Ed Dunn, and Franklin Prey now moving up into that GTB1 class as well. So those three have been kind of the class. Got another car there, a little bit one of the slower cars caught up in this GTB1 group as well.
And we'll see. We'll try and pick out who that is. The interloper in the middle. I guess what we call this, the black and blue race now. But less than 3.3 seconds separating our top 5 racers.
He moved offline to let those guys pass.
Very, very good move there. Once things straightened out, to move over drivers left, and that was.
Is that Stanberry in the 166 machine?
I was going to say, I thought that was our GT4 leader, Gary Stanberry, in the 993 chassis, the silver 993.
I think yep. Again, Mr. Ironman, this is his 4th race of the day.
Now, Stanberry also going into this lap, in the lap number 4, had over 8.5 seconds on Claudio Kemp. So if he needs to let out of the throttle a little bit, move offline, not a huge issue. And getting word right now, although the call from the corner is for the 772 car. I think it's actually the 722 of Peter Chong. That the splitter on the front of his Porsche Cayman, the white Cayman, might be dragging on the pavement a little bit. The corner workers are going to continue to look at that and see if that is going to be an issue. If it is, and they're worried about it falling off on track, they may black flag him. But so far, the car seems good to go.
Well, as we keep an eye on this GTB1 battle here, Ed Dunn, Angus Rogers, they're starting to pull away now over Russell Maturana in that 726 and Franklin Prey who is still under heavy fire there from Luis Acevedo in that 344. Those two have been kind of going at it this entire race right now. So have to keep an eye on that as the time and everything continues on. So again, those two are going to be battling, and that's where Franklin's going to end up having to be a little bit of a defensive, which that will lose some of those position, that timing perspective, back to Motorama in that 726 machine. So
Angus is quite a bit closer to our leader right now, and and as you said, they are pulling away from the next three boys on the list.
And again, you get to a point where you see that, and just as you said, Mark, they've opened it up now by about 20 car lengths over Russell in that 726, where when you can look in that rear view mirror, it's just to say, hey, you know what, let me just stick right here, keep him in keep him in my sights, don't need to press the issue right now, save some of these tires for the end of this race, and then go make my move. That way, if the move I'm not successful at it, then I'm going to be able to drop back, and I'm still not going to lose my second position in class.
Excellent point.
All right, as we come down, we are now working lap number 5. And let's give you a quick rundown here by class of GTD2. It is Jordan Bortolotti with a little bit over a second on Arthur Soltis, with Max DeAngelis running in third, Bayer Yanni running in fourth. More battle we've been watching. Ed Dunn leads GTB1 with Angus Rogers, Russell Motorana, your top three, Frank Lepre, Luis Acevedo running in fourth and fifth. In GTD3, Rami Farid continues to lead Chris Dooley with Griff Asplund running in third, Mark Cook, Nicholas Giguere running fourth and fifth. And over in GT4, Gary Stanberry, he's definitely back on pace, and he's lapping about 3 seconds faster than his competitors in class. Claudio Kemp running second, Jose Roque third, Patrick Perronet running in fourth. As we've got a local caution over by turn 10. Is it over by turn 10 or turn 7? And we'll try and get the word on that. Certainly not over at the hairpin. It's over at turn 10. There we go. Now we know why there's a local caution. That the 71 machine doing donuts there in the middle of the race.
Right in front of GTB1.
Yeah, and he has now continued. That was Steve Parker, our sole GT1 class driver.
Angus has made a pass.
Did Rogers get around Ed Dunn?
It looked like he sure did, because he had probably car length in front. There he is.
Oh yeah, there he is.
New leader in GTB1. Good eyes, my friend.
And it happened to be right when they were coming up. Sorry, Mark. It happened right before they were coming up on that yellow for that car, trying to, I guess still trying to get heat in the tires to do those donuts there. It happened right before there. I'm wondering if Ed Dunn probably got word and just lifted a little bit too much, and it allowed Angus Rogers to go around him prior to getting to that position.
Well, I will have to give credit to the driver's eye live cameras for allowing me to pick that up quickly. There's nobody there, but they're getting good feed.
What do you mean there's nobody there?
No, there isn't.
You saw them dance around and shaking around there a couple minutes ago.
No, the dancer's here in the room with us.
Oh. Ixnay on the dancers, my friend.
Oh, no, he's... Brendan's placed him. That's why I'm referring to, of course.
All right. The dancers are all pink flamingos, by the way.
They are. And shout out again to Mike Carter, who did just a fantastic job with PCA 48 Hours of Sebring as treasurer for 33 years. Last night we had the event for him, retired with a brick on the Sebring Walk of Fame. Just a tremendous job.
Gentlemen, don't look now, but as we pick up this GTB1 battle right here. You can see where Franklin Prey and Luis Acevedo are starting to rule in the 726 there. Russell, as it seems like he's starting to fall back into the clutches of those. So where Prey's starting to open up a little bit over Acevedo, he's starting to reel in Russell in that 726.
Yeah, and it's a 10th here, it's a 10th there. It doesn't mean or it doesn't look like a lot, but we've still got maybe a little bit under halfway to go, which actually reminds me, Mark, this is a perfect time. Let's make a call to the grid for our next group, and we'll take a little break.
Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. The Red Run group is expected to hit the grid. This is your first call. First call for Red Run group to the grid.
Red Rum hit the grid. All right, let's go. Take Mark and I have been fun with this all day.
Tequila hit the
That's
grid.
right. Later. Everybody, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments. More racing action here from Sebring. Stay with us.
Partners of club racing for over 30 years, Eurosport Porsche Road and Race is a Porsche specialty shop with 2 locations in Illinois operating since 1984. Whether you have an early air-cooled car from the 60s or Porsche's newest cup car, we can provide all your service and parts needs. We are the one-stop shop for all of your Porsche repairs and race builds with a large inventory of Porsche parts and race gear.
Apex Racing Performance, premier racing outfitters, provides racing equipment and product support to motorsports enthusiasts. A member of PCA since 1991, Clark Hammerly and his wife Linda both hold competitive racing licenses and install, use, and test the equipment they sell. This enables them to provide unbiased technical assistance on installation and use of their products. From helmets and race apparel to personal cooling and fire systems, Apex Performance also stocks performance friction brake pads for all Porsche applications. They invite you to visit their showroom in Merle's Inlet, South Carolina, shop online at www.apexperformance.net, call toll-free, or view their track schedule online. Mention PCA Club Racing to receive a discount on your next purchase.
Demon Speed Motorsports offers a full line of products for your race or track car. With their background in Porsche GT3 Cup cars, they bring the same quality and durability to the street and track replacement parts that they produce. These products include suspension links, motorsport-style center lock parts and kits, brake rotors, and wing uprights. Now, Good Arrow Wings and RacingTireWarmers.com are part of the Demon Speed family. With this, they now offer Good Arrow Wings with mounting solutions for most Porsche models. Racing Tire Warmers offer tire warmers to custom fit your race car to make you faster and safer on track. To learn more about Demon Speed Motorsports and see their great products, visit them at www.demonspeedmotorsports.com.
Trailix Trailer sets the standard for super lightweight, superior craftsmanship, and extraordinary quality. If you need a trailer, whether it be enclosed or open, to tow your Porsche, Trailix should be your first and only choice. Trailix has many sizes to fit your Porsche perfectly, and their unique touches ensure that your trailer will be as functional as it is beautiful. Trailix Trailers sponsors the Novice Racer Award, a gift certificate given to the second-time racer who exemplifies the club racing spirit.
Welcome back to Sebring International Raceway. It's the 48 hours at Sebring, the 33rd annual edition. I'm Greg Ginsberg, along with Brian Donati and Mark Johnson. And we've been watching this battle for the overall lead and the battle for the lead in GTD 3. And as they come down the front straight here, we have a new leader as Chris Dooley has overtaken Rami Farid. Chris Asplundh running in third as they come out from underneath the bridge over at Sunset and onto the front straight as we now start lap number 10, and Chris Dooley 0.7 of a second faster than his two competitors, just resets fast lap.
Wow, move Rami Farid back into third now, Greg. So he has fallen back behind Griff as well in that number 7 machine. So Griff, where he had those problems earlier on, that car starting to come in. I'm wondering, and again, I'm going to say this one more time, Mark, I'm wondering if Rami Farid of those tires have really started to go away, or the handling as the fuel is burned off in this race has really started to go away. That car does not look very stable in certain parts of this racetrack, as well as Chris Dooley has when he was able to pick up that lead.
Meanwhile, Dooley coming into the hairpin under braking, looked like he was about ready to drive through two cars right in front of him, carried probably an extra 20 miles an hour, and just was lucky enough to get the car woed down as he goes by Asplundh and now Rami Farid getting by those racers coming out of turn 9 going to turn 10. But look at the advantage now that Chris Dooley has opened up. It is a massive mark.
It is massive. Quite a bit bigger than when I left the room.
I guess he thinks 12 tires are better than 4, than 4 or the 8 that he could have had going through there. He used up those other two cars just behind them to get by there. So 12 tires.
And I'm fairly certain those were some of our GTB1 racers that were coming through with some of the Caymans there. But again, this has been a great race as they come onto the Ullman Straight. And it sounds like there were possibly some argy-bargy over the 9-8 car and I believe the 84 car over by turn 10 on the previous lap. We're still getting word from our corner workers on that I'm sure will go up for review a little bit later. But again, things now really starting to open up. Let's see if we can find, as we've got now, about 7.5 minutes remaining here. Wanted to see what else we have that we can look at. And I'd love to be, if we can, to go back to GTB1. Now, Franklin Prey, Brian, has fallen off of that fight between Angus Rogers and Ed Dunn, but Russell Motorana and Lou Acevedo still just, and there's the 344 of Acevedo with Motorana and Prey just ahead. That still very, very close. That would be for the last podium position in GTB1. And Prey, with as they're working through traffic now, has a little bit of an advantage there as our overall leaders are coming through.
Yeah, I tell you what, you also got the 56th kind of in between there as well, kind of in the middle. And now here comes, I believe, is that Dooley that has gotten up to? That is Dooley. That's the overall leader.
Dooley.
So
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, you've got mixed bag of classes here in there, and your overall leader trying to get through them as well. It looks like Acevedo was going to be the odd man out in that GTB1 battle for that last podium spot, as now he's dropped back, and that's just because of the leaders coming through.
Yeah, and it just a bad time mark for them to come up on that fight there. If they were able to do it 5 seconds or so later, they would have caught them right here on the Ullman Straight and probably wouldn't have affected.
It's a little bit easier to pass on that long straight as well as it is on the front straight if you've got that opportunity. Coming through Bishops or Le Mans, and it's really a challenge to get by anybody in that section of the course.
And you can see the gap there that Ed Dunn has, second over third. Ed was, right when we went to this camera, Ed was going through that turn. Ed's not even in the picture right now.
No.
That's Prey and Motorama right there. And then you've got Griff Asplundh right there as well. I noticed the last time when they came through turn 17 down the front stretch, Rami Farid is doing everything he can from a flashing of the lights to get everybody out of the way. I just don't think that car has enough at the end of this race with just right around 5 minutes left to go.
And there you go, taking a quick peek to the outside and then the inside on Franklin Prey. Probably would have been Brian, frankly, a little bit quicker if he had just put the car down to the inside as opposed to making Prey have to look to the left and to the right, and probably slowed both of them down just a little bit. And those are just those little things over the course of a 30-minute race that could make that chance or opportunity to overtake a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, no, because you're making a double move, right? So you're really going back to the left and then back to the right. And again, as Franklin Prey trying to get out of the way, you're kind of slowing yourself down.
Yeah, you're making his job harder.
Yep, absolutely. So most definitely, you kind of want to stay in line. But when you have this speed differential there kind of going through, Griff trying to get around him as quick as he can, thought he could outbrake him and basically was able to finish that, but just got to the point where that double move really kind of hurt you.
Yeah. And there's was that the Lessman car that we just
That it was. I was just getting ready to say there's Steve Lessman there making those moves coming out of the trying to.
I didn't see the car that he was overtaking coming through the Le Mans chicane, but it looked like he might have given just the slightest of a hip check through there as that came. And again here.
That's Luis Acevedo, and I think that's the car. That's the car you were talking about. As Lessman was trying to go by there earlier, coming out of the Le Mans chicane back there. I tell you what, both of those cars are just trying to get everything they can and keep everything they can underneath them as this race winds down.
Well, and that makes it tough under 17 bridge because there's certainly a lot of bumps, and you get a little slide if you do it exactly the wrong way.
Yeah, exactly. And
that is exactly what he did.
Hard to catch. That's what he did.
He did catch it.
He caught it, but I'm guarantee you there was a nice big deep breath once he got back up on the straight, once he got past that start-finish line.
Right.
That's when he started flexing the fingers and deep breathing as quickly as he could just to keep calm getting down into turn one.
The recovery time for these guys and any of those little bobbles has got to be so quick or the race is gone.
Yeah. And, we could see there as we're watching coming up towards us, we saw Acevedo go through the hairpin, Brian, as he's, fallen now off of, a little bit further back for Motorana and pushing that car so hard to the fact that he's basically outbraking himself going into the hairpin.
Yeah.
And pushing deep.
Tell you what, here's a great battle right here. Oops, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No,
go ahead.
I was going to say, great battle right here, Rami Farid.
We'll get it worked out.
Yeah, we'll figure technology, man. Go ahead, Brian.
I was going to say, good battle there. That's the last podium spot in GTD3 as Nicholas Guerre has now caught Rami Farid with just under, a minute and a half to go. So, tell you what, why don't we go ahead and make that one more call there to the red crew.
I've got an itchy trigger finger, Brian. Let me press the button again as we are now working last lap with our overall leader, Chris Dooley, and Griff Asplundh crossing the start-finish line to start lap number 14.
This is the second and last call for the Red Run Group to come down to the grid for your afternoon Sprint 2 race. Red Run Group, please come to the grid for Sprint 2 Championship and Points Trophy race.
All right. The last time I have to press that button for 20 minutes. All right, here's the battle coming down into turn one and still trying to get around some slower traffic. Chris Dooley in that white with black and red number 751 Cayman GT4 RS Club Sport. He's got still about 4 car lengths now on Griff Asplundh. Rami Farid, we just saw there going down into the hairpin, having to contend with some slower traffic, including Steve Parker's number 71 GT1 machine. And, the traffic here, it just hasn't been easy for Rami Farid. Is as great a start as he had in this morning's race and was able to hold everybody off. I mean, again, sometimes you live by the traffic, sometimes you die by it, and it's been a rough run for him today.
What was interesting about that pass by Griff, it was around the class leader for GTB run, Angus Rogers. So while Angus is leading, he's still an obstruction for the guys in a little bit faster class.
All right, as they come now out of the chicane and onto the Ullman Straight, can our second place racer, can Griff Asplundh, this morning's pole sitter, started on the second row today, can he make up the difference on the final lap. Doesn't look like he's going to be doing it as our leaders come underneath the WeatherTech bridge, through the Sunset Bend and onto the front straight, and waiting there with the green flag. It is given to Chris Dooley. Asplundh turns in the fastest lap of the race on the final lap, makes up half a second, but it's just not enough. Chris Dooley is going to take the win, both overall and in GTD3. Asplundh will finish second. Rami Farid will finish in, did I say green flag? Checkered flag. That's what we meant.
Yes,
Sorry
you
about
did.
it. It's been a long day. All right. But Asplundh finishes second. Then I guess that one won't be going on to any clips on YouTube.
Our flagger, Eric, needs at least 3 arms.
Yeah,
we've
got
out the yellow out and then the
and you
green
can
flag.
actually see some of that debris right in the middle, right about there. Don't hit that. Right in the middle of the track there. So we've got the checkered flag, we got the debris flag, we got a local caution flag out at turn 1. And so it's Dooley, Asplundh, Farid, who saw the checker. Nicholas Giguere will finish 4th overall. Kevin Sear, 5th. David Peterman, 6th. Nicole Robichaux, 7th. And those are all GTD3 racers. Then Dominic LeCue will take the win in GT2. Dominic finishes 8th. Jeff Britton back in GTD3 finishes 9th. And then Brett Asplundh will finish in 10th. Let's take a look at some of our other classes. In GTD2, Jordan Bortolotti takes the win over Max DeAngelis, margin of victory, 13 seconds. Arthur Soltis will finish in 3rd. Bahar Yani will finish 4th, with David Wells in 5th. In GTB1, it's Angus Rogers, 8 seconds up on Ed Dunn, with Frank Lepre finishing in 3rd. Russell Maturana, Luis Acevedo finishing 4th and 5th in the 10-car field. We talked about GTD3. It gave you all the way back to Nicole Robichaux in 7th. Jeff Bretton, Brent Asplundh, Scott Nays will round out your top 10. Now let's move over to GT4, where Gary Stanberry takes the win over Claudio Kempf. Jose Roque will finish in 3rd. Patrick Perronet will finish in 4th. That's going to wrap up our yellow group. Next up, our final sprint race of the weekend. It's our red group, including the Porsche Sprint Trophy PCA presented by Yokohama. They are next. Stay with us. Welcome back to Sebring International Raceway. It is the 33rd annual 48 Hours at Sebring here on the Porsche Club of America and Porsche Motorsport North America YouTube channels. I'm Greg Ginsburg along with Brian Donati and Mark Johnson, and it is our last sprint race of the day, of the weekend, and the second time we're going to see Porsche Sprint Trophy PCA presented by Yokohama here this afternoon. Let's run down the starting order and what has become a very windy Sebring International Raceway. Starting on pole today, driving the number 28 2017 GT3R, our pole sitter, Bob Mueller. Rene Robichaux is going to start on the outside of row number 1. In the GTA 4 class, he drives a 23 GT3R. Row number 2 is made up of GTA 3 driver Thomas Gruber. He's driving the 991 2016 Porsche 991 GT3. Our pole sitter in the Sprint Trophy G class, driving the number 267 992 GT3 Cup car, it's Matthew Siegel. Then we've got Anthony Yesick starting 5th today. He is our pole sitter in the GTC 8 class. He drives the number 374 2022 992 Cup car. Then starting in 6th position, driving the number 911 GTA 4 992 Cup car, it's Marco Cerrone. Starting 7th today, driving the number 87 GTC 8 2023 Cup car, it's Matt Halcomb, with Joseph Viola starting 8th. Joseph, also in the GTC 8 class, drives the number 262 Cup car. Jens Hansen will start 5th today. He's driving the number, will start 9th today. He's driving the number 244 STG 992 Cup car, with Bela Stanko starting on the pole in the GTC 7 class, 10th overall, driving the number 22 2019 991.2 Cup car. Kevin Roush will start 11th today. Kevin is driving the number 960 GTA 2 2005 Cup car, with Andrew Davis starting alongside. Andrew starts 12th in the number 38 GTA 4 Cup car. As we now move over to row number 7, starting 13th in the STG class, Sprint Trophy class, it is Joel Johnson. He's driving the number 227 machine. Remember, all of our Sprint Trophy drivers, whether they be in STG or driving the Cayman Club Sports in STC, they'll have the bright yellow mirrors and end plates on their wings. With Keith Jessick starting 14th, Keith is driving the 112 GTC 8 992 Cup car. Musavar Ghafarov will start 15th in the number 288 STG machine, with Colin Mazzola starting 16th in the number 25 GTC 8 car. Then we got William Oliver. William is starting 17th in the number 58 GTA 4 Cup car, with Griffin Fuji in the STG class. He drives the number 270 992 Cup car. Jeffrey Isringhausen will start 19th today. He's driving the number 89 GTA 3 entry, with, well, I'm seeing Jeff and Jeffrey, and Jeffrey is driving the 230 STG entry. He starts 20th. Corey Lipka will start 21st. He's driving the number 40 GTC 7 machine, with Dwayne Moses starting 22nd. He's in the 641 GTC 7 machine. Jason Hart will start 23rd, driving in the STG class. He's in the number 212 car, with Tom Burke driving the 277 entry in STG and starting on the outside of row number 12. Row number 13, starting 25th, driving the 248 STG entry, it's Frank Vitello, with Michael Levitas starting 26th. He's in the number 218 STG entry. As we go on board here, there is the 640 machine making his way around this beautiful 3.7 mile track here on our second pace lap, as we see here making his run. Yep, down towards the hairpin over at turn 7. So, Mark, been a great day of sprint racing. We saw how wonderful the racing could be in Sprint Trophy here as we had our wonderful guests, Aaron Ambrosino, the president of Porsche Club of America. We also had the president of Porsche Motorsport North America joining us here today, Volker Holzmeier. They had a lot of insight for us, but almost as good, probably better than the insight, was the racing we saw.
The racing has been tremendous. Outside of a little rain with the early sessions, it has turned into a very good dry and fast track. The unique opportunity here is the wind. This afternoon it's blown somewhere between 20 and 30 miles an hour, sometimes in your face, sometimes on your tail.
All right, as the field now behind the pace car coming out of turn 13, out of the tower turn onto the Flying Fortress straight there off to your left, a functioning airfield here at Sebring International Raceway. Of course, the raceway itself, the former Hendricks Army Air Force Base, training ground for B-17 Flying Fortress pilots during World War II, and since the mid-50s has been a staple of American road racing here as that beautiful pace car leads the field. Now, we talk about softly sprung race cars here, and I think our pace car there probably a little bit more softly sprung than most of the race cars here on track. As they come on to the Ullman Straight, they're going to start gridding up 2 by 2 by 2 all the way back, almost 50 cars here for our final sprint race of the day. But it may be the last race today, gentlemen, but we're going to be back bright and early, 9:20 a.m. tomorrow. We've got 2 90-minute endurance races. That's how we want you to spend Sunday with us, at least Sunday morning, and should be a fitting end to the 48 hours at Sebring. As the lights are out on the pace car, turning the field over now to our front row to Bob Mueller, and beside Bob Mueller, Rene Robichaux in the number 91 machine. You can see our cameraman is awfully shaky with anticipation as the pace car now comes down the pit lane. Mueller now with the field. Starter looks over the field. We hear the engines rev up, and there you go. Green flag is in the air. We're racing once again at Sebring. Now, as the headlights are on, Bob Mueller, the black and white number 28, leads the field into turn number 1, and the whole field makes it through 1 safely as they now come down towards turn 3, hard under braking. It looks like we may have lost access to that camera. We'll pick them up as they come through the carousel into turn 5 and locked in. Nose to tail, it is Mueller, Robichaux, Matt Siegel a little bit further back because we've got at least a couple cars off going through the carousel. 1 in the grass. We'll try and get the number on that white car as well. But it is awfully crowded here as they come underneath the bridge, setting up for turn 7. Let's try and get the numbers.
Tell you what, Greg, while you're getting those numbers, good start by Bob Mueller, but I tell you what, fantastic start by the 267 there in that STG, and that's Matthew Siegel. That's Siegel right there in second. Robichaux dropping back just a little bit. Thomas Gruber in that 991 now, going to go side by side through there with Rene Robichaux. So Robichaux not getting the start that he wanted there. You can see it. He's dropped all the way back to 4th. And then a little bit further back, you've got Marco Chiron there trying to get that move and make that move to try to get around them to separate himself as well in that GTA 4 machine, trying to catch Rene Robichaux.
All right, I'm trying to get the number on the black car that was the car closest to our camera when we saw that incident over at turn 5. I believe the white car was the number 25 of Colin Mazzola in his 2021 992 Cup car. And we'll see if that car comes down the pit lane. Sounds like he might have got into the wall when he went around, but you said it, Brian, right there at the front of the field, really opening things up, and that probably was helped considerably by Robichaux, who slid back And we'll see here as the cars cross the line. Robichaux finds himself in 4th position, albeit about 2.5 seconds back, with Joseph Viola in GTC 8 right behind Marco Cerrone in GTA 4, sitting in 6th position. Anthony Yesick, Jens Hansen, Matt Holcomb, Bella Stanko. Great start for Bella, starting lap number 2 in 10th position.
Yeah, once you start to get back behind the Stanko machine there, that's where they're 2, 3, 4 wide coming out of turn number 17 down the front stretch. We talked about the wind. That wind is going to play a factor with some of these cars as they come out of 17 and down. And here you go. You can see now Thomas Gruber, he's moved around Robichaux as well, and now he's trying to make a move on Matthew Siegel. Again, not for a battle in class, but Gruber is trying to catch Mueller. So that's a battle for GTA 3, not only for that, but for the overall lead there. That's Thomas Gruber right there in that 3rd machine, in that black one.
Turn 1 is going to be the biggest turn that's going to be impacted by this breeze because they are going downwind into that corner. It kind of helps the drivers a bit coming into 17 and into 7 because they are headwind at that point.
Helps the braking a little bit there.
It should help the braking, let's put it that way.
All right, as they come onto the Flying Fortress straight, and Brian, as you were talking about there in GTA 3, Thomas Gruber trying to find a way around Matthew Siegel. This may be the best time to do it while things are still really very tight here early on. But at this point, Gruber is going to have to look behind with Robichaux trying to get his positions back.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And then a little bit further back, you've got, a little bit of pushing and shoving there, trying to get through that last turn, coming through Le Mans there, coming out of 16 down that Ullman straight, trying to set yourself up to get a good run out of there. Again, as you said, now you're going against a headwind before you come back to that tailwind, and that's going to propel you back down into turn 1. It looks like a couple cars trying to make some moves. I think that is the Marco Cerrone trying to make a move on Joseph Viola in that 262.
And now making a move down to the inside with a big lunge there. I believe that was Musafar Gaffarov, pardon me. He was trying to make up a couple of positions. Took a look to the inside on Joel Johnson, another one of our STG racers in Sprint Trophy. That is the battle for 3rd. And good fight there. I think from the looks of it, Gaffarov was just a little bit too far back heading down into turn 1.
Yeah, we'll see what that does to his lap there, because if he's not able to make that stick, then you kind of get out of it, and you got to move back. You got to reset yourself back up. Yeah. Does that bring the car that's right behind him? That's Jeffrey Isringhausen Jr. Does that bring him back up to the fold a little bit more, along with Topher Everett right in behind him as well?
All right, we got one driver running very wide coming out of the tower turn, taking a big chunk of dirt along with them. It's hot. Well, maybe I don't want to use that term. I'd say hot and heavy here coming through the chicane. I'm starting to sound like the 80s DJ or something.
Turn 13 is quite treacherous at times, depending on the speed and the line. And you can't win a race in that one. You can certainly lose one.
Well, exactly. It's very easy. I mean, the tendency there is to turn in a little bit early, and that's why you have all those big divots out there in the dirt driver's right. And if you don't get a good run out of there, that Flying Fortress straight is very, very long. I mean, it looks like it goes very quickly here with the cameras, and for these cars that are doing 130, 140 miles an hour through there, I mean, it goes by very quickly. But if you don't get a good jump and you are 2 miles an hour slower at the end of that straight, you're going to lose a position.
I have watched from 13 a couple times and seen cars oversteer that corner with a little bit of oversteer and end up on the dirt on the inside, spraying like you can't believe. It happens.
And we're getting word that the driver that did go off over there That was the 25 machine we saw a little bit earlier have some challenges early on, and that car has now continued. Of course, again, that car might be, possibly a little hurt after impacting the wall over by turn 5 here on lap number 1. Is it just me, or does that Lexus SUV look like it's going faster than some of our Cup cars? But look at how they bounce through that corner. This is one of the things I love about this shot. You can see, we talk about Sebring not really having a lot of elevation. Probably the most elevation you see at Sebring is right here at the apex. You can see how it kind of rises up just a little bit. And if you don't get in the groove, it is something that, as we saw, it can push the car out a little wide. The track is very bouncy. And before you know it, you have one wheel in the dirt over there. And, again, hard to get the power down for a straightaway that it leads into.
Speaking with drivers that come to Sebring who've never been here before, they've always said it seems like it's very boring because it is so flat. And then they try to turn a lap at speed, and oh my God, it's an eye-opener for them.
Yeah.
But it gets them hooked, and they want to come back.
Yeah, absolutely.
Gentlemen, one of the cars I want to look at, and that is the 244. It should be coming into the shot right there on the front of Jens Hansen. Is that something sticking up out of the front, kind of hood part there? I don't remember seeing that earlier.
Well, let's take a look. Hansen is in the dark brown-ish colored car here coming into our view.
Got blocked a little bit by the Matt Holcomb machine there, but we'll see as they come down into the hairpin. But looks like there's something, like it's up on the top right there. You can see it like two scoops or something.
There does appear to have something aero prohibitive. It's impacting.
No, that's my old DJ name, by the way, aero prohibitive.
Getting late in the day.
I know.
Yeah, it looks like down in the front of that machine where you have the two air, as you can see here on these cars here, the two air scoops intakes, there. It looks like his is the two intakes.
You know what?
It looks like they're up.
I would say they're either up or it might have been light. It doesn't, for a chassis like that, a much newer chassis, I can't see where they would be. I was almost as if they were light boards. Oh, I think you're right. I think the
front end of that is open.
The air vents there popped up.
Yep.
That is absolutely aero prohibitive.
Yeah, well, I was going to say that's definitely an aero factor. Yeah.
Yes. I haven't trademarked that name yet, so if he wants to use it, that's fine.
Trust me, I guarantee he does not want to use it, right? Because that is really starting to slow him down if you look at times.
That's right.
Yeah, those are carbon fiber parts in that car. So it's somehow possible they just kind of pop loose. But
it's going to go from aero prohibitive to wallet prohibitive if they pop off the front of the car there. All right. At the front of the field, it is Bob Mueller and Thomas Gruber, your leaders, and Gruber only a second and a half behind. Then we jump back 4 seconds to our STG leader, Matthew Siegel. Then Rene Robichaux leads Marco Cerrone. They're running 4th and 5th on track. They are 1st and 2nd in GTA 4, while Joseph Viola running 6th fastest overall. He leads GTC 8 over Matt Holcomb, who's only 15 hundredths of a second behind, or was 15 seconds back, as we watch this field battle down into turn number 7 into the hairpin. What a great fight.
Keep in mind, Greg, our overall leader there, Bob Mueller, just went his fastest lap, and I believe this is the fastest lap of the day in that 2:03.690. Remember, Bob had started basically mid to the back end of the pack in the first race, but was able to get a clean lap, which actually put him up on the pole did end up having some issues early on in the first sprint race today, but those issues seem to have been worked out. I'm wondering if Bob has put on new tires for this race before going out.
Well, Bob certainly does know the track. He did finish yesterday at some point with the 202 and change. So he knows how to giddy up.
There's that Jens Hansen. It looks like Kevin Roush is now going to try to make that move over Hansen. Again, that's it's a little bit further back. That's 9th and 10th. But again, that arrow challenge that Hansen's going through, that's definitely allowing Kevin Roush to close the door, close in. As now it looks like Roush is going to try to make that move down deep inside, going down into turn number 1. Looks like he's probably going to be able to make that stick coming out of the other side, really outbraking Jens in that 244 machine. So
we'll be able to tell here when we get around 5, the carousel.
Yeah, definitely got around him. That is right. For sure. And it's got to be tough because you're not really sure kind of really what happened, whether it's some clips that have come up that have just kind of gone down where that's blown open, and there's really not much you can do rather than come down pit lane. But at that point, if you do, your race is pretty much over anyway. So again, might as well stick it out as long as you can. Again, currently right now sitting second in that STG group, Matthew Siegel's got a pretty good lead in that right now in that 267 machine. So again, you still got quite a ways back till you get to the 227 of Joel Johnson. That's third in STG, but the longer this race goes on, there goes Johnson right now. As long as this race continues, Johnson's going to be able to run him down.
And Brian, I was just doing a little bit of research. Bob Mueller, fastest lap time in GTA 3 configuration for him, a 2:05 flat coming into the day. He is now down to a 2:03.7, we'll call it. So he has found a lot of time since he ran that, and that was, well, this event last year. So quite a bit faster. The track record in GTA 4 actually at 2:02.744. So he is still about a quarter of a second off that.
He's in GTA 3. Yeah, as Mark said, he was close to that yesterday, and I'm wondering if he put new tires on from his spin earlier this morning for this race. Yep.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, and the numbers I just gave were for in GTA 3 configuration. He has also run here in GTA 4. All right, we are just about halfway, gentlemen. Let's do this. Let's take our last break of the day, and when we come back, we'll take everybody not to the green flag, but to the checkered flag for our final sprint race of the day. You're watching the 48 Hours at Sebring here on the PCA YouTube channel and the Porsche Motorsport North America YouTube channel. We'll be right back.
2NRS Motorsports is a proud sponsor of the Porsche Club of America and the 48 Hours of Sebring. Since 2008, our Center for Porsche in Coral Springs, Florida has served as a Porsche hub and has also ventured into performance and reliability parts engineering and manufacturing. Our pro motorsports experience around the world means our parts are race-proven and street reliable. Visit our websites at 2NRSmotorsports.com or 2NRSmall.com to shop and learn more today.
PCA Club Racing kicks off the season on the West Coast, March 21st and 22nd at Thunderhill Raceway Park, hosted by the Golden Gate region. This event will include 3 sprint races on the 3-mile East course, and Thunderhill Raceway provides some of the best racing around and is where many pro teams come to practice. The weather at the end of March should be perfect. This event will be a points race for the West Coast Series and the 911 Cup Trophy, along with standard points for the National Championship. The event isn't just for racers. There will also be run groups for HPDE and time trials. Visit clubregistration.net for more details and to register.
Zweck Porsche is South Florida's home for all things Porsche. Zweck literally translates as purpose, and ours is to supply the finest driver and investment-grade Porsche automobiles alongside the highest quality performance offerings, all while advising our customers with fairness and transparency. Our two-story, 32,000 square foot headquarters in Miami boasts the best of Zweck Porsche, our boutique showroom, performance shop, and collector car storage facility. Whether you're looking for Porsche auto sales, performance parts, projects, workshop service, auto spa and detailing, or storage needs for your Porsche, visit us online today at zweck.com to learn more. Experience the ultimate celebration of Porsche passion at the annual PCA Parade. The week-long extravaganza, held June 14th through the 20th, is a must-attend event for Porsche enthusiasts of all ages, offering a perfect blend of social, competitive, and educational activities. From the Concours d'Elegance to the autocross to the tech sessions, banquets, and social events, there's something for everyone. Whether you're a seasoned collector, a weekend racer, or simply love the brand, the PCA Parade is your chance to immerse yourself in a community that shares your passion. Parade returns to Lake Placid this year, the site of both the 1932 and 1980 Winter Olympics. Lake Placid also hosted Parade in 1994. Whether you're polishing your car for the concours, or taking on an autocross course, or joining a scenic driving tour, the PCA Parade promises memories that will last a lifetime. Secure your spot today and join us for a week of excitement, connection, and all things Porsche. To learn more and register, please visit PorscheParade.org.
Back everybody to Sebring International Raceway, the 48 hours at Sebring, presented by Champion Porsche. And of course, this race, our final sprint race of the weekend, presented by Yokohama Tire. Brian, you and I were just watching just before we came back from the break, right there, right in the thick of it, with a couple of our STG racers, Frank Vitello fighting off Griffin Fuji. But I'll tell you, Corey Lipka, who's not in the STG class, in the yellow number 40 GTC 7 Cup car, there he is right there coming in. He had just an absolutely stunning pass going down into the braking zone over at turn 7, going into the hairpin that he made on Vitello. And I don't think Vitello knew what was coming.
He may not have known what was coming, but he saw what went by him. That is for sure, because that car got as wide and as big as it probably could for a Porsche, for a Cup car, as Lipka, outbraked him down in there, now trying to catch Fuji. Michael Levitas is in there, David Tawdy, Cliff Kyer, Jeff Isringhausen. They're all in that big group right there, yes. Greg. But you're right. It was one heck of an aggressive move with, again, 10 minutes. So over that halfway mark for Corey Lipka to make that in that GT7 car.
And there's a huge reason for him to do it. Is because, less than a second up the road, we watch here in that white number 641 machine, that is Dwayne Moses, who I believe Moses is leading actually he's running second in GTC 7, while Lipka currently running in third. And with that last lap, Lipka just turned in his fastest lap of the race. He was about 0.2 of a second faster than Moses ahead. And so what he's going to need to do, he's going to have to try to find a way around Keith Chesick, that is in that GTC, Griffin Fuji, in that teal 270 STG machine, because that is keeping Lipka from second place on the podium. And then over in STG, Griffin Fuji, he's at the moment sitting almost 12 seconds back from Jeffrey Isringhausen, sitting in 6th position. Of course, he wants to hold off Vitello Levitas, who are right there behind him as well.
Yeah, so you got two different classes there, and you've got, as you said, Fuji's got to have to hold them, Vitello and Levitas off, but Corey Lipka, as you said, needs to get around him. He was faster the last time by than Griffin Fuji. We'll see when they come out of turn 17 there. Does he pull out again and try to move, knowing he's got Dwayne Moses in that 641 machine right there? But a really good racing cluster, and you're trying to defend with two different classes, plus trying to make that pass and try to make it aggressively and as safely as possible.
All right, as we have 8 minutes remaining, we've talked about STG, where Siegel has the lead almost 20 seconds now over Jens Hansen, with Joel Johnson and running in third. Musfar Gavarov right behind Johnson. We'll try to pick that up in a little bit if we can. That's been a great fight here for the last step on the podium, the multicolored Cup car in the white, black, and gray Cup car. We'll see if we can pick that up, and that is not it right there.
They should be coming in right about now here in a moment.
I was going to say, I think they're right behind this group here.
Yeah.
They were going into 3. Yeah, looks like those cooling pieces.
Well, there's Johnson. There's Johnson right there. Yep.
Yeah. So that's that right there. Again, that is the battle for third right now in Sprint Trophy, with Joel Johnson and Musafar Gafarov there as they come around onto the tower turn. We'll continue to watch that battle as we can. In GTC 8, it is Matt Holcomb over Anthony Yesick and Joseph Viola, about 2 seconds, about 5 car lengths to 6 car lengths separating each of those racers. Over in GT7, Belastanko once again just absolutely dominating this class with almost 20 seconds on Dwayne Moses, and then Corey Lipka. That's the battle we were watching for second just a moment ago. Bob Mueller has opened up now almost 8 full seconds on Thomas Gruber, who's running second in GTA 3, and Gruber running second overall. So Mueller now stretched out what was only about a 2-second advantage now to 8 seconds. And then in GTA 2, Kevin Roush leads John Audette, and in GTA 4, Rene Robichaux with 7 seconds on Marco Cerrone. Topher Everett, another half minute back from there. Cliff Kayer, another 15 seconds back from that in fourth. So that, I think, just went through our view. Was the Joel Johnson and Musafar Gafarov. They're going to be coming down into turn 7 here now. And look at Gafarov come from downtown under braking going into the hairpin. He made up probably about 3 car lengths under braking. The question is, when you do that and you transfer, and you always say slow in, fast out, usually fast in equates to slow out. So it may not have done a lot of work for him, and we could see that now as they're going to come into our view. He did make up at least a little bit of ground.
He definitely threw it in there.
Right there.
He definitely threw it in there. He, as you said, he came from downtown Sebring all the way there, and he's stuck with it. That car seems to be getting faster. Can't wait for them to come back when they cross the start-finish line and see how much time he's gained on Joel Johnson, because he definitely looks like Johnson may be holding him up in certain parts of this racetrack.
The challenge of coming in that hot at times at turn 7 is if you can't get it woed, all of a sudden you're both off into the cornfield.
Yeah, and we've seen drivers have issues getting the car rotated because they've still got so much weight on the nose that they just cannot get the nose turned in. Now it does appear that Johnson gets a little bit better run out of the chicane, out of turn 16, than Gafarov does. We'll see here in just a moment. Yeah, as we look, I think we'll try to pick that battle up.
There they are, right there.
There they are.
And he got around him. So Joel, yeah, he did. I think he may have gotten around him going down into turn number 1.
Here's another mover up.
Yeah, there you go. Getting the move done, moving up a position now.
He was 0.3 faster than Joel Johnson when they crossed the start-finish line. So I think when they got down into turn number 1, in between turn 2 and turn 3, I think Johnson had nothing left for him, had to let him go because I think that he had the inside line there. So.
And very good move there as they came out of the hairpin, worked their way up to turn 9, where Gafurov used some slower traffic there as a pick to hold Johnson off, and had the advantage there, able to pick up an extra couple of car lengths. Great racecraft there from the driver of the 288 machine. And it sounds like the 112 machine having some challenges here. Spun the car and off on the side of the road, just past our camera here. You can see the waving yellow flag. Went into turn 17, lost the rear end. And as we've got 2 minutes remaining on the clock, the next time Bob Mueller comes by, he should be getting the 1 to go signal from our starters, who no longer look like the big white puffy man, but they're much more bundled up than that.
They do look cold.
Now. Yes.
I can sympathize with him.
Yeah.
And I'm inside. He's outside. I'm inside.
They don't have the space heater that you have.
No, they do not. Unfortunately for them.
All right, and there you go. I believe that is Bob Mueller. We just saw go. Actually, Bob Mueller, I believe, is coming through the chicane over at 16 onto the Ullman Straight. So it'll be a few moments, and he'll have one more circuit of Road America. Did I say Road America? Let's try Sebring. We're not going to be at Road America, Brian, until Labor Day weekend, which, by the way, is another one of our wonderful Sprint Trophy event weekends. Other events as part of the Porsche Sprint Trophy PCA series are going to be at Lime Rock Park. That's the next one, June 5th and 6th. Watkins Glen International, and that's in July, and then Road America, the National Park of Speed, over Labor Day weekend.
I think there goes Mueller now. Just went down into turn number 1.
Yeah.
Getting through there, I believe. Here comes. That is the next
there's
car there.
Mueller
Thomas.
right there.
Yeah, there's Mueller right there. Gruber will be the next one I was thinking of. Should be coming into your picture here momentarily. The black, that black 991, number 991 as well. So
there he is. He's got quite the lead.
Yeah, Mueller now has managed to extend this lead out to about 15 seconds. As we do have another local caution being displayed. And trying to get the word here. There it is. You can see right over at the Le Mans chicane. And our leader is going to be coming into this area right now. Just came out of turn 13 onto the Flying Fortress Straight. And that car now gets back underway. You get the number of that bus, Brian?
I did not see the number on that bus. I'm trying to actually look into the screen here as close as possible. Even with my readers on, I still couldn't see them.
Who knew we had to bring a magnifying glass to this?
Right, exactly, right?
Well, if they went a little slower, it'd be a lot easier. We don't want them to back off.
All right, so Bob Mueller now, headlights ablaze and coming into view. He's got one more turn to go into Sunset, underneath the bridge, onto the front straight. And with the checkered flag in view, not the green flag, taking the win today in our afternoon sprint race, it is Bob Mueller in his number 28 GTA3 2017 GT3R. Congratulations to him. Thomas Gruber going to finish in second. And that is the 973 machine on the outside of turn number 6.
Eric Gray.
Eric Gray on the very last lap. Gray in the GTC 7 class, running 43rd overall as this race continued on, running 5th in GTC 7 in a 6-car field. But much, much further down the line on the final lap as racers come across the line, Mueller and Gruber, your top two. Rene Robichaux will take the win in GTA 4. He finishes 3rd overall. Matt Siegel runs the table here this weekend in STG. In Sprint Trophy, he will finish 4th in the number 267 machine. Marco Cerrone will finish 2nd in GTA 4. Will finish 5th overall. Matt Holcomb takes the win in GTC 8, just ahead of Anthony Yesick, only 1.1 seconds separating those two drivers. Joseph Fiola finishes 3rd in the class, 8th overall. And then we've got Kevin Roush, your winner in GTA 2, with Jens Hansen finishing 2nd in Sprint Trophy, and he will finish 10th overall. Let's go, and we'll give you a rundown here by class. Matt Siegel, Jens Hansen, Joel Johnson, your top 3 in STG. In Sprint Trophy for our Cup cars, Jeffrey Isringhausen Jr. finishes just off the podium in 4th. Griffin Fuji will finish in 5th. Over in Sprint Trophy, Cayman, Connor Hare takes the win by a minute over Peter Habestad. Thomas Kerr will finish in 3rd, just 2.5 seconds in arrears. Doug Lawson will finish in 4th. In GTC 8, it's Matt Holcomb with Anthony Yesick, Joseph Viola, John Getz, and Keith Jessick, your top 5. In GTC 7, Belastenko takes the win. Dwayne Moses will finish 2nd. Corey Lipka, not able to get around Moses, will finish in 3rd. Angelo D'Amico and Brad Ward round out your top 5. Over in GTA 2, Kevin Roush takes the win over Jean Audet, and in GTA 4, it's Rene Robichaux and Marco Cerrone. We told you about those two taking the last step on the podium. Topher Everett in the number 38 machine. He will finish 3rd. William Oliver, who ran his fastest lap of the race when it mattered on the final lap, Cliff will finish 4th. Cliff Kayer will finish in 5th. So that is going to wrap things up for our second day of coverage, gentlemen. A great day, 6 sprint races down, 2 endurance races to go. We're gonna rejoin you tomorrow morning, and another great day of racing action. 9:20 a.m. We kick things off with the first of 2 90-minute endurance races here from Sebring. But before we get to Sunday, we've got a little surprise for everybody. Going to have an award ceremony for our Sprint Trophy winners, both in STC and in STG. That's going to take place in just a few minutes over and in the Sprint Trophy paddock. And we're going to broadcast that for you live. We want to make sure you stay with us. You can see the car is heading out that way now. So, Mark, Brian, thank you so much for a wonderful day of racing, and
it's been a fun day. The sun's breaking through the clouds. It's been cool, and it'll be cold tomorrow, but it's going to be another day to race.
All right, Brian. Yeah, go ahead, Brian.
I was going to say, great racing today. Again, dealing with the wind and the cold temperatures down there tomorrow. It's going to make an interesting enduro setup down there.
Absolutely. All right, Brian, we're going to close things down here. I'm going to head across the paddock. You thought it was funny watching me run last night in the dark. It's going to be fun. Now that the lights are up and everybody can see me do it, it's going to be even funnier. I'm going to head across. We're going to have our award ceremony in just a few moments. Make sure to stay with us. But if you can't, we'll see you tomorrow morning, 9:20 a.m. here from Sebring International Raceway. It's the 33rd annual 48 Hours at Sebring presented by Champion Porsche. We'll see you in just a few moments.
And for Sprint Trophy, amazing job. And I thought you guys did an amazing job on track both this morning and this afternoon. Want to bring up our top 3 finishers in both STC and STG. We're going to start off with the Cayman drivers in STC, finishing 3rd today. Driving the 121 machine, it's Doug Lawson. Come on up, Doug. Where are you? He's got the helmet and everything. More important. That's right. Hold on to that. We're going to bring up the rest of your podium finishers. By the way, we've got Aaron Ambrosino, president of Porsche Club of America, here presenting the awards, finishing 2nd in STC. In the number 176 car was Peter Havestead. Come on up, Peter. There you go. Congratulations. Congratulations, sir. Don't drop that. Come on over here. Yeah, we're gonna. You're good. I think we have it right. We only got to bring up our winner now. It's the only one we're missing. Driving the 182 car, Connor Hare. They walk right by me. Congratulations, Connor. Get right in the middle there. Hats on. Yeah, what? There we go. All right, put on those Yokohama hats. Here we go. Your STC winners, the very first Sprint Trophy weekend. They said no. Plus, if you get me wet, I end up with pneumonia. I know. All right, we're going to move over now to our Cup drivers, to the STG class. Finishing 3rd today, driving the 288 car, Musafar Gafarov. Congratulations. And you slot in right over next to Aaron. There you go. Finishing 2nd, driving the 244, Jens Hansen. Where's Jens? Is he not here? Fast on track and fast out of the paddock. There you go. Taking the win. We got to talk to him last night after the night race. Taking your win, driver the 267 car, Matthew Siegel. Good to see you again. Congratulations. And get ready for your picture. Yeah. I'm bad at this. Put on those Yokohama hats. He knows. And squeeze in a little. Come in a little bit closer if you can. There you go. And there you go, everybody, taking the win on STG, Matthew Siegel, your podium. Congratulations. We'll see everybody again at Lime Rock Park. Thank you.
Pirelli and Porsche have been a winning combination around the racing world for years. Pirelli is proud to bring that relationship to PCA Club Racing yet again in 2025. Make sure to see the guys from Frisbee and find the right Pirelli tire for your vehicle, or check them out on the web at frisbeeracetire.com. Pirelli powers nothing without control. When you pack up from the raceway and head home on the highway, remember that the engineering excellence Michelin strives for in racing is applicable to our passenger and light truck tires too. Michelin is proud to continue its national sponsorship of Porsche Club of America and Club Racing. Michelin, because so much is riding on your tires.
Looking to decrease lap times on the track without an engine overhaul? GT Racing has a wide range of fiberglass and carbon fiber body panels, along with European racing headers, exhaust systems to lighten your car and accelerate all the potential horsepower of your engine. Time for a change? Convert your 944 into a turbo or a 924 GT, or your 911 to a 911 RS, RSR, or 935. Talk with Joel at GT Racing. He'll help you choose the winning combination of lightweight Porsche parts and header systems to set you on the right track. GT Racing is your one-stop shop for your Porsche needs. GT Racing is a national sponsor and proudly sponsors tech inspections at PCA Club Races. GT Racing also sponsors the Best Prepared Car Award, a $100 gift certificate at each race. Call Joel at GT Racing today at 1-800-797-2911 or find us on the web at www.gt-racing.com.
Our first club racing sponsor, Porsche Cars North America, funds the club racing news and sponsors the Workers' Choice Award, considered the most prestigious award given at a club race. Thank you to PCA for offering vital support to our club racing program.
At Hankook Tire, we strive to create a universal moment when the car and driver become one. Our aim is to develop a safer, more pleasant, and more comfortable driving experience from the moment the driver turns on the engine. Through strong braking power, smooth handling, driving comfort, and guaranteed safety, Hankook products deliver an authentic driving experience beyond mobility. Our tires provide total control of speed and direction while ensuring safety and comfort on the road. Embrace driving emotion and embrace the feel and excitement of being behind the wheel with Hankook Tire. Hankook competition tires are the perfect match of performance and longevity. Visit hankookmotorsports.com to buy today.
OG Racing has been a national sponsor of PCA Club Racing since 1998. Headquartered in Sterling, Virginia, and staffed by PCA members and club racers, OG Racing has always carried the industry's best in racing safety equipment and performance parts. The best products from manufacturers like Sparco, OMP, Alpine Stars, helmets from Bell, Stilo, Rue, brake pads from Performance Friction, Paget and Hawk, just to name a few, and are always in stock and ready to ship from their 12,000 square foot warehouse. Give OG Racing a call or visit them at www.ogracing.com and sign up for their newsletter.
We're not just a one-off experience, we're a call to freedom. We're a place in people's minds where everyone can unleash their wild side with a passport to a world of possibilities, a spirit that breaks all the rules, uniting the famously bold and spirited essence of tequila from Mexico with the much-loved richness of peanut butter. Manibal is the bold embodiment of the party animal within us all. Here is where the ethics starts. Tequila can be purchased nationwide at manibaltequila.com.
Club Reg is a supporter of PCA Club Racing and the provider of all registration for each of our races. ClubRegistration.net is a unique service because we put all of our customers first. You can use our services for free or with a small credit card handling fee. How can you go wrong? Included with both are custom solutions tailored to meet your needs. Find out more information at ClubRegistration.net.
OG Racing has been a national sponsor of PCA Club Racing since 1998. Headquartered in Sterling, Virginia, and staffed by PCA members and club racers, OG Racing has always carried the industry's best in racing safety equipment and performance parts. The best products from manufacturers like Sparco, OMP, Alpine Stars, helmets from Bell, Stilo, Rue, brake pads from Performance Friction, Paget and Hawk, just to name a few, and are always in stock and ready to ship from their 12,000 square foot warehouse. Give OG Racing a call or visit them at www.ogracing.com and sign up for their newsletter.
About to hit the track without coverage for your car? Buy HPDE insurance in minutes at LockedInMotorsports.com. Whether you drive a 911 or a Boxster, protect your car against physical damage during HPDE and track day events with HPDE insurance from Locked In Motorsports, administered by Locked In Affinity. Coverage includes modifications you've done to your car, 2 drivers at each event, demonstration laps your instructor drives, and more. Worried about the trip home? Locked In Motorsports also offers off-track insurance for your non-licensed race car or track car while in transit, in storage, and in the paddock, plus options for your trailer, equipment, and tools. Insure your portion today at LockedInMotorsports.com.
Miller's Oils is proud to be a Porsche Club Racing sponsor and to work with Racer's Edge as their North American distributor. Miller's Oils has been blending oil since 1887 and has an extensive product line for virtually every street or racetrack application. The technology implemented in Miller's engine oil and gear oils protects the wear surfaces of your engine and gear train on a microscopic level, significantly reducing friction and increasing the life of your engine and gear train. We encourage you to try Miller's and judge for yourself with the help of an oil sample analysis. As they say, the proof is in the pudding.
At Yokohama, they believe that motorsports are the ultimate test of performance, innovation, and durability. Everything they learn while competing under the grueling race conditions leads to better performing, longer-lasting tires for the track and the street. Yokohama's partnership with Porsche Club of America, Porsche Motorsport North America, and USAC brings you the Porsche Sprint Trophy PCA Series, run exclusively on Yokohama tires. Additionally, Yokohama provides the spec tire for Porsche Sprint Challenge and Porsche Endurance Challenge. Visit yokohamatire.com to see their tire selections for your street or track car.
Based in New Jersey, Precision Motorsports, or PMR, is a supporter of club racing and a new national sponsor for 2025. From the latest Cup cars to 944 racers, PMR has supported them all here at the track. True experts in their craft and dedicated to performance. Find them on Facebook at Precision Motorsports.
New for 2025, Isringhausen will be sponsoring the GTD 1, 2, and 3 classes. Our group here at Club Racing are thrilled to have them on board. Over the past 30 years, Isringhausen has become synonymous with quality vehicles and superb service. The Isringhausen way of doing business has been one of offering excellent products at fair prices, coupled with service that goes above and beyond what anyone would expect from a typical car dealership. We believe that good service is comprised of two components: a willing and helpful attitude, accompanied by competency in your field. We try to support an environment where each person who works here strives to serve each customer as they wish to be served, with dignity and respect. Because of these core values, Isringhausen has become and will continue to be a leading example in the industry.
One of our latest partners, Track Day Tire, is happy to be supporting Club Racing through their Toyo, Hoosier, and Michelin tires. Use the code PCACR for a discount at checkout. The TrackDayTire.com team is passionate about helping our customers extract the highest level of performance from their vehicles on the track. Decades of on-track experience has taught us purpose-designed track-use tires are arguably the single most important vehicle component that influences driver confidence to obtain maximum vehicle performance. Making it easier for our fellow Track Day enthusiasts to obtain confidence-inspiring tires is our goal. We look forward to providing you access to the best prices and customer support in the industry.
A household name in U.S. road racing for nearly 25 years, Toyo Tires has forged a reputation for winning, performance, and consistency. From the company's legendary Proxys RA1 to the two-groove Proxys RR, they have a history of getting drivers to the winner's circle. Their quality and performance extends beyond the track, offering owners a full line of premium tires for coupes to Cayennes. They are proud to build many of the tires right here in the United States at their state-of-the-art factory in Bartow County, Georgia. We thank them for their support of Porsche Club of America through Club Racing and the high-performance driver education program. Be sure to check out their contingency program if you race SP1 or Spec Boxster. To learn more about the full line of Toyo tires, visit www.toyotires.com.
Stable Energies takes pride in offering racers the very best in motorsport performance and safety equipment since 1978. Owner Bob Kikasik has been a PCA member for over 35 years and started club racing with PCA during its very first season. Located in northern New Jersey, Stable Energies stocks a wide variety of racing gear and motorsport products from top-quality brands like O&P, Alpine Stars, Bell, Hans, Schroth, Paget, and Bray Kraus. Stable Energies is a master distributor for Recaro and the U.S. importer for safety devices roll cages, as well as the Eastern U.S. distributor for RSS Porsche Performance parts. You can shop with Stable Energies on their website, stableenergies.com. You can call and speak to a knowledgeable salesperson. They're happy to answer any of your questions. Or you can have one-on-one personal attention at their retail location just 10 minutes from New York City. PCA members receive special deals, so be sure to mention PCA Club Racing. Whether your fire system needs to be serviced, you need advice about a new race seater radio system, or you'll want to try on the coolest looking new driver suits, Stable Energies has yet covered.
Motion Control Suspension, or MCS, has proven to be the evolution of premium motorsports damper systems. Their team is continuously developing and refining damper technology that is vastly different from other manufacturers, developed through hands-on involvement in GT and touring car racing. While their roots are in the highest levels of professional sports car racing, their products excel in all environments, from enthusiastic street driving to autocross track days to club racing and far beyond. MCS is much more than just a great product. They have many years of practical racing experience, both on and off the track, extensive knowledge of vehicle dynamics, and an understanding of driver expectations and needs. MCS is proud to be a sponsor of Porsche Club Racing and invites you to lean on their expertise for setup support and consultation.
Partners of club racing for over 30 years, Eurosport Porsche Road and Race is a Porsche specialty shop with 2 locations in Illinois operating since 1984. Whether you have an early air-cooled car from the 60s or Porsche's newest cup car, we can provide all your service and parts needs. We are the one-stop shop for all of your Porsche repairs and race builds with a large inventory of Porsche parts and race gear.
Apex Racing Performance, Premier Racing Outfitters, provides racing equipment and product support to motorsports enthusiasts. A member of PCA since 1991, Clark Hammerly and his wife Linda both hold competitive racing licenses and install, use, and test the equipment they sell. This enables them to provide unbiased technical assistance on installation and use of their products. From helmets and race apparel to personal cooling and fire systems, Apex Performance also stocks performance friction brake pads for all Porsche applications. They invite you to visit their showroom in Merle's Inlet, South Carolina, shop online at www.apexperformance.net, call toll-free, or view their track schedule online. Mention PCA Club Racing to receive a discount on your next purchase.
Demon Speed Motorsports offers a full line of products for your race or track car. With their background in Porsche GT3 Cup cars, they bring the same quality and durability to the street and track replacement parts that they produce. These products include suspension links, motorsport-style center lock parts and kits, brake rotors, and wing uprights. Now, Good Arrow Wings and RacingTireWarmers.com are part of the Demon Speed family. With this, they now offer Good Arrow Wings with mounting solutions for most Porsche models. Racing Tire Warmers offer tire warmers to custom fit your race car to make you faster and safer on track. To learn more about Demon Speed Motorsports and see their great products, visit them at www.demonspeedmotorsports.com.
Trailix Trailer sets the standard for super lightweight, superior craftsmanship, and extraordinary quality. If you need a trailer, whether it be enclosed or open to tow your Porsche, Trailix should be your first and only choice. Trailix has many sizes to fit your Porsche perfectly, and their unique touches ensure that your trailer will be as functional as it is beautiful. Trailix Trailers sponsors the Novice Racer Award, a gift certificate given to the second-time racer who exemplifies the club racing spirit.
Welcome to Sebring Resorts, a premier collection of luxury lifestyle communities in Sebring, Florida, just minutes from the iconic Sebring International Raceway. From the developers of Sebring Motor Garages, Sebring Resorts brings together motor garages for race cars, exotic cars and RVs, luxury townhomes, private jet hangars, an RV resort, and more, all designed for those who live life in the fast lane. Models open daily. Discover Sebring's most exciting community. Visit SebringResorts.com today.
Tech Tactics is a day dedicated to Porsche technical information and will be held both on February 21st and 22nd. The event is for all Porsche enthusiasts, from casual information gatherer to the everyday Porsche mechanic. Get the latest news directly from the source. Topics range from balancing carburetors to understanding how the new hybrid systems work. Tech Tactics is hosted at the PCNA training facility in Easton, Pennsylvania, perfect for this hands-on type of event. The facility is used to train Porsche technicians on the intricacies of new Porsches while at the same time providing valuable training on the Porsches of old. It is equipped with state-of-the-art classrooms with lifts and drivetrain assemblies, which will be available for our event. Tech Tactics East is limited to 125 entrants each day and consists of lectures by PCNA field specialists, PAG project managers, members of the PCA technical committee, and representatives from other companies such as Michelin, Ellen Engineering, Total Seal, and Griot's Garage. To learn more and register, visit pca.org and click on the Events tab.
Nutcracker is the ultimate tool for your center lock wheels. Nutcracker's professionally designed and machined products eliminate the headaches of center lock wheel removal and installation and turn exhausting efforts into a simple one-person job. Unlock a world of convenience and check out the Nutcracker Pro or Nutcracker HD, both covered by a 2-year warranty, or shop our growing list of accessories and tool sets. To learn more and to find your perfect center lock tool fit, visit nutcracker.com today.
Daniel Louise is a licensed agent of New York Life Insurance Company located in Tampa Bay. Daniel and New York Life are committed to helping you protect and grow your lifestyle. With so many options and complex information, making financial decisions isn't always easy. Together, we can create a strategy customized to your situation. Every client is unique, and it's our priority to help you understand your options, meeting today's needs and tomorrow's goals. Visit DanielLouiseJr.com to help face your future with confidence.
Feeling hungry or need a cup of coffee? Visit the Track Shack, conveniently located in the paddock just behind the race control tower. We're open for breakfast and lunch all weekend long and offer hot and cold drinks, sandwiches, sides, platters, and so much more. Or if you were done for the day and headed out for dinner, head over to the Gator Shack just a few minutes east on US Highway 98 in Florida. Gator Shack. Follow the tracks.
Trusted since 1984, Eurosport Porsche Road and Race delivers expert service, custom builds, and premium race gear all under one roof. From daily drivers to track machines, we know Porsche inside and out. And whether it's a classic air-cooled Porsche or a modern race machine, we are dedicated to giving you your car the same care and respect as we give our own. If you have questions about your Porsche, want to schedule a consultation, or need expert performance advice, visit our website today at eurosportporsche.com.
Narrow Escape Motorsports is an independently operated company in Charlotte, North Carolina, the product of 30-plus year Porsche Club of America members. Originally a race team, Narrow Escape Motorsports, spelled N-A-R-O, started fabricating and selling small specialty racing parts in 2012 before growing into the racing and safety parts supplier it is today. Our products and services are designed to serve you, just as they have our racing, road rally, and hill climb teams. Contact us at Narrow Escape Motorsports to shop and learn more.
Treffin means to meet, and that's the entire concept behind the PCA Treffins, an opportunity for PCA members to meet their fellow Porsche enthusiasts at some of the most spectacular locations in North America. PCA's Treffins provide the opportunity for members to drive some of the best roads in North America and enjoy world-class hospitality at world-class hotels. The Spring Treffin will be March 29th through April 2nd at the Montage Palmetto Bluff, an exclusive low-country community in Bluffton, South Carolina. The Montage comprises a quintessentially Southern-style inn modeled after the historic mansion that burned in 1926, plus an assortment of cottages spread across spectacular grounds that capture the ethos of an earlier, more genteel era. The surrounding maritime forest casts shadows that whisper history, while modern resort amenities include a world-class spa, 2 pools, and 8 restaurants and bars. You will not be disappointed in the opportunities for both stimulation and relaxation. To learn more and register, visit treffin.pca.org.
Race Parts Express offers a wide variety of performance and safety parts for your race cars. In addition to our extensive catalog, we are also a recommended servicer for FEV fire suppression systems in both customer and factory Porsche racing vehicles. To learn more and shop, visit our website at rpexpress, that's RP, the letter X, press.com, or call us at 828-428-0820 today.
Join hundreds of PCA members on the 4th annual Treffin at Sea and the 5th event cruise with Princess Cruises, Saturday, September 19th through Friday, September 25th. The cruise sails from Vancouver, Canada down to Los Angeles with stops in San Francisco and Santa Barbara. There will be special entertainment, Porsche celebrity appearances, seminars, competitions, dinners, and the highly anticipated Porsche Diecast Concourse at Sea. To learn more and register, visit PCA.org and click on the Events tab.
Speedcon Communications is the world leader in racing radio electronics. Created by racers for racers, only Speedcom has first-hand experience in understanding the needs of competitors behind the wheel or in the pits. We offer motorsports radio and communication systems, as well as a related line of high-performance products and accessories in all facets of the motorsports industry. Our Daytona Beach headquarters in the World Center of Racing pairs with our Barcelona hub to distribute Speedcom solutions